Good morning, Crystal.
Heather. Hey, good
Yes.
morning. How are you?
I am fine. How are you?
Doing so great. I'm so sorry I didn't mean to resend that, but good morning, emphasis. I thought honestly you had sent it to me and I forgot I had sent it to you anyway. Good morning. Ready to rumble.
Alrighty, well, that's good. We just gotta wait for for the defendants to ready to rumble.
Yeah, okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Yep. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
I am doing just fine, and how are you?
I am super on this sunny Thursday morning.
I'm gonna step away for 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Before you do, would you
Uh-huh.
make me co-host, please?
Oh, I am so, the Judge Martin one or the courtroom one?
The Judge Martin one.
Now you can see everything.
Thank you.
Yep. I'm back. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you very much. Sir, do you need to speak to the prosecutor regarding Ms. Parkins?
Mr. Dinan, did you
Mr.
need to speak
Dinan?
to the prosecutor?
Only briefly, please. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather.
You're welcome. Only reason why I spoke up again is because he was still connecting, so I wasn't sure if he heard you.
Mr. Malert is having some issues connecting his audio, but when the clerks are done with him, we'll get the case called, we get on with his petition, okay?
Thank you very much.
Mr. Goldman? Sorry,
Goldman?
Judge.
That's okay. Sir, do you need to speak to the prosecutor in this matter?
I haven't yet. So for arraignment purposes, no, but for pretrial purposes, yes.
So why don't you go in there and speak to her and I said her, but, and when you're done, we'll get you matched up with your client and get your arraignment started.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
You're welcome. I'm sorry, Heather, I forget you have a different rhythm. I'll try to be more mindful.
No, I will be more mindful. I'll just zip it and work around you.
Mm-mm. Good morning, Miss Medina.
My stereotypical coffee drinking in the morning, my Cuban coffee cup.
Oh, that is the absolute best.
It is amazing. We definitely have an espresso machine here. I cannot live without it. They were pumping it in me at the age of like 3. So, All right. Thank you, Judge. We're gonna have a great day.
Mr. Hadley, were you expecting Mr. Chung to come out?
I was gonna speak with Mr. Mena real quick, and I went ahead and met with
Okay.
my other assignment, Mr. Hudson. So I just need to grab some prosecutor time here. I'm looking for everybody on the. Okay. I will be right back and I'll be ready to go on both Chung and on Hudson.
I have them together. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Joe Malert.
Is the motion to set aside?
Right, but she still has no audio by him. I just want to make sure that he's able to hear.
Yeah.
Shit. You're there.
Hello?
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, thank you.
No worries. When Ms. Manarino pops out.
Is that Washtenaw County Jail?
Yes,
And who do you have, please?
Angeles Warren.
840. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pardon me, Heather, could you please put me in a breakout room with Ms. Parkins?
Sure.
Thank you.
You are welcome. Judge, should I put Ms. Warren in with MIDC automatically or?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Bajorek.
Good morning, Your Honor.
How are you today, sir?
I'm doing well. Thank you, Your Honor. I hope you're doing well.
I am, thank you.
Good.
Ms. Manarino is in with some other attorneys, and I know that you're scheduled for pretrial this morning, but I did receive your motion.
Okay.
So I don't know if she was prepared
just-
to hear it this morning, or we were going to put
No.
it over to the next docket.
I discussed the matter with her just yesterday, Your Honor, and she would like to file a written response. So we've agreed, if Your Honor is willing, to just go ahead and put it over to a date for a hearing to give her an opportunity to file the appropriate response. And I also discussed with her the prospect of there being some testimonial evidence from officers involved in the matter. So it might be appropriate to set up for a date and time when the court will have time to take some testimony in the matter.
I am coming off of the Van Buren docket, so the case will be assigned to Judge Green when you return. So we'll make sure that Heather gets a date and time from her secretary so that you have sufficient time to argue your motion and take the testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Bajora. I just checked with Judge Green's secretary,
Yes,
and she said what we need to do is just set it on the next date for another pretrial. When you guys file your motion, she'll read them over and figure out when, or, you guys can figure out a date at the next hearing.
my motion has already been filed. And it's been served upon the prosecution. I spoke to her yesterday and she just needs some time to file a response. And as I indicated to her honor just a moment ago, that we anticipate the need for some testimonial evidence. So an evidentiary hearing in conjunction with the motion would be needed.
I cannot schedule that on another judge's docket. The
Okay,
judge, the next judge that this file will be going in front of needs time to look at your motion, look at Ms. Manarino's response
Sure.
before she will schedule something that has appropriate timing.
that's fine, however the court pleases.
Do you want me to give the next date, Judge? Adjourn it or wait till Angela comes out?
Would you wait till Angela comes
Yep.
out, please? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Pardon me, Heather,
Yes.
Ms. Parkins and I are ready to go anytime the court's ready.
All righty.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Hill and I are also ready.
We're
And Your
just
Honor,
waiting for the prosecutors to come out.
Excellent. And Heather, I'm all set on both of mine as well, for Mr. James Chung
Randomly
and for
screen
Mr.
out all
Ezekiel
mine.
Hudson.
All righty.
This is 2300290D. This is Van Buren Township versus Marvin Miller. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Angela Mandarin on behalf of the people.
And good morning again, Your Honor. David Bajorek appearing on behalf of defendant Marvin Miller. I believe he's logged in. Mr. Miller, will you state your name for the court, please?
He's still in the clerk's waiting room.
But for the purposes of this morning, Ms. Manarino, before you came out, I had inquired of Mr. Bajorek regarding his motion. The court has received it, reviewed it. And because we didn't have a response from you, I was under the impression this matter would be adjourned to Judge Green's docket. Mr. Bajorek advised me that that was a conversation you had already had. So what we'll do is give you a new date on Judge Green's docket. That will give you time to file your response and her to schedule your evidentiary hearing. Heather, that date will be,
We can do April 6th at 10:50.
I have a conflict that morning. I don't know if you can accommodate us with another date. or
Yep.
Possibly, okay, if you can, thank you.
April 20th, 9 a.m.
That's perfect. Thank you very much.
April 20th at 9 a.m. in courtroom number 3 with Judge Green. There's a notation on there that the matter needs to be scheduled for an evidentiary hearing. Ms. Manarino, anything else this morning?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
I
Anything
have,
else, Mr. Bajorek?
yes, I have an inquiry. I'm not, is that scheduled for a pretrial with Judge Green, or is that going to be the evidentiary hearing, if you know?
Free trial.
It's for pretrial for right now, but if Ms. Manarino's response comes in and Judge Green reviews it, she might
All right.
add that hearing at, okay,
All right. Thank you very much, Your Honor. It's been a pleasure being in front
have a
of you.
good
Thank
day.
you.
Good
Thank
to
you.
see you, sir.
Thank you.
This is 0503680M. This is Van Buren Township versus Joseph Malert. May I have your appearances, please?
Angela Mandarin on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Connie Ribia from Semka's Clean Slate Program on behalf of Mr. Mueller.
Good morning, Joseph
Mr. Malert.
Miller.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for a hearing on Mr. Mueller's application to set aside conviction.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Proceed, please, ma'am.
Your Honor, we filed an application to set aside a 2005 possession of marijuana, narcotics paraphernalia. The court should be aware that this is the last conviction on Mr. Mueller's criminal history. So the last time that he had Any criminal conviction was this one. He's currently employed at Ford Motor Company. He's been there for about 10 and a half years. He's a team leader in production. He volunteers through the local union, he does community service and election committee. Your Honor, the reason he's asking to have this matter set aside is it is not representative of who he is today. He may need to change his careers in the future, and he would like no barriers to that. I should note, Your Honor, that we are in the process of setting aside his criminal history. We have successfully set aside matters out of the 14A2 District Court, 14A3, and the 81st District Court, with court dates for the rest of the matters.
Thank you. Mr. Millard, is there anything you want to say, sir?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. The court did receive and review the letter from the Attorney General's office where they indicate no objection to this application. Ms. Manarino, any comment on behalf of the township?
Your Honor, the people have no objection.
Thank you. This matter having come before the court on the defendant's application to set aside the conviction from October 11, 2005. File being in order, the court will grant the application. I have signed the order setting aside the conviction. A copy will be served upon your office. Anything else on behalf of the township?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else on behalf of Mr. Millard?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Congratulations, sir. Good luck to you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Your Honor. You too.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. This is 23WM0004OM Wayne County Airport versus James Chung. May I have your appearances, please?
For the record, Your Honor, James Meta appearing on behalf of the airport.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. James Chung, who's appearing via Zoom. Mr. Chung, please state your name for the court.
Good morning. This is James Chung.
Good morning, Mr. Chung. Today is the day and time set for the adjourned pretrial. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I think we've made significant progress on this. I've had a discussion with Mr. Mena. We would ask humbly for one last extension. Mr. Chung is in the process of still gathering some paperwork from Delta Cargo that I would like to present to Mr. Mena. We would hope maybe 3 weeks, Your Honor, and this should be our last adjournment. Either we'll have it or we won't.
That new pretrial date will be
April 20th at 9 a.m.
April 20th at 9 a.m. in number 3 with Judge Green. Anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else in this matter, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor. Mr. Mena, I'll be reaching out to you here very shortly. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chung, you're free to go, sir. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is 210743OM Van Buren Township versus Hezekiah Hudson. May I have your appearances, please?
Angela Mandarin on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Hudson, who's appearing via Zoom. Please state your name for the court, sir.
Hezekiah Hudson, Your Honor.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the show cause and pretrial on this matter. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, to address the show cause, I spoke with Mr. Hudson, who had been cooperating with me up through this whole process. He did not receive notice of our last hearing date. He indicated there was a little confusion on which court he was supposed to be at. He has reached out and again is asserting his innocence and would like to set the matter for a jury trial date. We have discussed the matter with the people. They did offer a plea and we have not accepted at that time. So I think we just need a date.
Is discovery complete?
I have paper discovery. I believe that that's all there is at this time, but Ms. Manarino mentioned there may be some additional witness statements, I think, that might be coming in and maybe a possible amended charge.
There is a video, Josh. Do you not have that?
No.
Okay, I'll have that sent over to you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Court will recall the warrant that is currently on this file based on Mr. Hudson's prior failures to appear. The last time he failed to appear, the complaining witness did appear I will set this matter for jury trial. I don't have my regular secretary right now, so we'll get that date sometime next week. We'll communicate and coordinate with Mr. Hadley and Ms. Manarino to get that date set. Was there anything else in this case, Ms. Manarino?
Your Honor, is a condition of Mr. Hudson's bond in this matter to not have contact with the complaining witness?
I don't see that as a prior condition.
Your Honor, I would ask that the court add that. I know was a relationship between the complaining witness and Mr. Hudson in this matter that I think predates this incident. The complaining witness has indicated to me she doesn't want to have any contact from Mr. Hudson or anyone on his behalf. There has been, my understanding is, some social media contact from some of Mr. Hudson's relatives, and that's something that she would like to discontinue if Mr. Hudson is the one instigating that.
Mr. Hadley, is there any reason why your client needs to be in communication or contact with the complainant in this case, Ms. Kennedy, Mackenzie Kennedy?
No, Your Honor, we have no issue with the no contact.
Mr. Hudson, the court is adding a no contact order to your file. Sir, no contact means no contact, no direct contact, no contact through third parties, no contact through social media. If this court receives a report from either law enforcement or the prosecutor that you have been engaged in efforts to be in contact with the complainant, the court could view it as a violation of your bond. Your bond could be revoked and you can spend the rest of these proceedings in custody. Understood?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
Not at all, Your Honor. Thank you for your time.
We'll be in touch next week regarding that jury trial date. Have a good day, Mr. Hudson. You're free to go.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. This is 23WM00160OM. This is Wayne County Airport versus Amani Parkins. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, James Mudd appearing on behalf of the airport.
Good morning, Your Honor. Timothy Dinan, P49499, appearing on behalf of Ms. Parkins. She's also present, Your Honor. We both consent to having the matter held over Zoom today.
Thank you. Ms. Parkins, state your name for me, please.
Good morning. My name is Ms. Parkins, Amani Parkins.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Dinan, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, for purposes of arraignment only, my client will stand mute. I did speak with Mr. Mena this morning. My client would like to accept the plea arrangement under the auspices of 771.1 if the court would accept the plea this morning.
Thank you. Ma'am,
Your Honor,
raise
at
your
this
right
point,
hand for
I'm
me,
sorry.
please. Oh, sorry.
Judge, one additional condition, just so that everybody was clear, that upon the completion of the 771 period, the firearm could be returned to her.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Parkins, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss your case with your attorney, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation, you wish to accept the offer from the prosecutor wherein you would plead guilty as charged to the checkpoint violation.
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that the court accepts your plea this morning. You will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
You're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Ma'am, is it true that on February 9, 2023 at Detroit Metro Airport, which is city of Romulus, county of Wayne, state of Michigan, you took a dangerous weapon through the checkpoint?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Denon?
I am, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. The court accepts your plea of guilty as charged to the checkpoint violation. As previously indicated, your sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months, so long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan, pay the $900 in costs assessed in this matter. The case will be administratively reviewed for dismissal, and upon the completion of those 3 months, you may retrieve the firearm from the airport police department. Ma'am, do you need more than 5 days to pay the $900?
No, Your Honor.
5 days to pay, 90 days, no new criminal violations in the state of Michigan, and retrieval of the firearm at the end of that 90 days. Anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of Ms. Parkins?
No, Your Honor, my client will go through the court's website to make payment arrangements.
Thank you. Good luck to you, Ms. Parkins. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. You too, Your Honor.
Take care, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. This is 2300940D. This is Van Buren Township versus Patrick Hill. May I have your appearances, please?
Ezra Goldman, on behalf of the defendant, Your Honor. I don't know if Angela's in here.
She's in her breakout room. I just left there.
Me? Do I speak
No,
my name?
ma'am, not yet, Ms. Warren.
No.
Oh, okay.
What happened to Mr. Hill?
Yeah, I'm here, Patrick Hill.
Thank you, sir. We're just waiting for the prosecutor to pop back out. While we're waiting for her. Oh, Mr. Collins, let's sit tight, Mr. Goldman. I'll come back to you. This is 23WM001060M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Devon Collins. Mr. Collins, state your name for me, please, sir.
How you doing, Your Honor? My name is Devon Collins.
Mr.
the
Collins,
record-
the way the court staff, I'm sorry, Mr. Minute, Mr.
I'm
Collins,
sorry,
the way the
Judge.
Court staff has you labeled indicates that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
You intend to proceed on your own this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Minute, I'm sorry I cut you off. What were you gonna say?
I was just gonna put my appearance on, Judge. Sorry about that.
No, please go ahead, sir.
It's a matter of habit, you know. James been appearing on behalf of the airport.
Thank you. Mr. Collins, have you had a chance to speak to Mr. Minna?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Minna, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, I've had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Collins. He's indicated today that he does wish to avail himself of the offer. He would plead guilty to the charge pursuant to 771 for a period of 3 months, with the condition that he pay his fines and not get into any other criminal matters. At the conclusion of that 3 months, the matter would be administratively dismissed and the firearm would be eligible to be returned to him.
Mr. Collins, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Sir, you've had the opportunity to discuss this case with the prosecutor, and it's your desire to plead guilty as charged to the checkpoint violation.
Yes, yes,
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes,
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily, sir?
yes,
You haven't been promised anything, threatened in any way to get you to plead guilty?
no,
You're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty.
yes,
Sir, is it true that on January 28, 2023 at Detroit Metro Airport, which is city of Romulus County, Wayne, state of Michigan, you took a firearm to the checkpoint?
yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Mr. Collins, the court accepts your plea of guilty as charged to the checkpoint violation. As previously indicated, sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months. During that 3 months' time, if you incur no new criminal violations in the state of Michigan and pay $950, that's $900 in cost, $50 show cost fee, the matter will be administratively reviewed for dismissal, and you may retrieve the firearm after that 90 days period. Understood?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any questions, sir?
No,
Do you need more than 5 days to pay the $950?
yes,
What we'll do right now, sir, the plea has been accepted, the costs have been assessed. We'll move you into a breakout room to speak to the court's collection department. They'll put you on a payment plan, sir, okay?
thank you.
Good luck to you, Mr. Collins. You have a good day.
You too. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is 23WM001690M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Roger Favreau.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Sir, state your name for me, please.
Roger Favreau.
Mr. Favreau, the way the court staff have you labeled indicate that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, it is.
And you intend to proceed on your own this morning?
Yes, I do.
You've had the chance to speak to Mr. Mena?
I have.
Mr. Mena, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, I had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Favreau, and he's agreed to accept the amended offer in which he would plead responsible to the civil infraction of double parking and pay $300 in court costs. If that is accepted by the court, then the breach of security charge would be dismissed.
Thank you. Mr. Favreau, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. You swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Mena this morning, and it's your desire to plead responsible to the added count of double parking?
Yes.
Do you understand that your plea of responsible in that matter will result in the checkpoint violation misdemeanor being dismissed?
Yes,
And that's how you wish to proceed?
I do.
And you're doing so freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promising anything to get you to plead responsible?
No.
You're pleading responsible because you are in fact responsible.
Correct.
Sir, is it true that on February 11, 2023 at Detroit Metro Airport, which is city of Romulus, county of Wayne, state of Michigan, you were double parked contrary to law?
Yes.
Thank you. Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Mr. Favreau, the court accepts your plea of responsible to double parking and will dismiss the checkpoint violation. The court will assess $300 in costs, sir. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
No.
5 days to pay $300, sir. You may pay online, you may bring it to the court, or you may mail it to the court. Do you have any questions?
I do not.
Thank you so very much for your patience this morning. Good luck to you. Have a good afternoon.
And I thank you.
Thank you, sir. This is 2300940D. This is Van Buren Township versus Patrick Hill. Mr. Goldman and Mr. Hill, I have your appearances. Ms. Manarino.
Angela Manarino on behalf of the people.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Goldman, how are we proceeding?
For purposes of arraignment, waive reading and stand mute, Your Honor.
Thank you. There is no bond recommendation in the file. Do you have any? Strike that. Mr. Hill has appeared timely and appropriately this morning with his retained counsel. The court will set bond in this matter at $5,000 personal. Mr. Hill, you do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by this court until this matter is resolved in its entirety. Attached to the front of the court's file is a request for an order for fingerprints from the prosecutor. The court is signing that. Mr. Hill, you are to present yourself to the Van Buren Township Police Department before your next scheduled appearance to have your fingerprints taken. As the allegation in this matter is that you were operating a vehicle with a blood alcohol content of 0.350, the court will make a condition of your bond that you do not purchase, possess, consume any alcoholic beverages during the pendency of this matter. Mr. Goldman, as for the pretrial, how are we proceeding?
So, Your Honor, the people have offered to reduce the stop rating while intoxicated, which is an offer we'd like to accept.
Mr. Hill, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Goldman, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation, sir, you wish to plead guilty to operating while impaired.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the plea is to intoxicated.
Agreed.
Sorry, I didn't
I'm
mean to
sorry,
interrupt
Mr.
you.
No, I'm sorry, Ms. Manarino. Go ahead. What did you say?
It's operating while intoxicated, not impaired, that he's pleading to.
Thank you.
And I'm agreeing that that is what we said.
That's my mistake, Mr. Hill. It's
Okay,
your
I
understanding
agree.
you'd be pleading guilty to operating while intoxicated.
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand the court accepts your plea in this matter, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily, sir?
Yes.
Mr. Goldman, before I ask your client any other questions, I want to disclose on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I believe that you and I have had this conversation before. I make this disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency in this matter. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about Mr. Hill's case and has no impact or influence in how this court rules and matters. That being the case, sir, do you still wish to proceed with this plea, or do you need to have a conversation with Mr. Hill?
Your Honor, we don't find that this is any conflict, so we're ready to proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Hill, is it true that on January 18, 2023, in Van Buren Township, you operated a motor vehicle while you were intoxicated by an alcoholic beverage?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Goldman, do you need to inquire any further of your client?
No, satisfied with the plea, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Hill, the court accepts your plea of guilty to operating while intoxicated. The next step in these proceedings that the matters referred to probation. They are the ones that will conduct your interview and develop a sentence recommendation for the court, sir. They will contact you by phone and by email. Please respond to their efforts to be in contact with you so that we can get that recommendation processed and get you rescheduled for sentencing. Anything else in this case, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Goldman?
Nothing for me, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. I will see you at your sentencing, sir. Good luck to you. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Have a nice day, Your Honor.
Thank you. You too, sir. Are we ready with Ms. Warren?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Is 20VB026170M. This is Van Buren Township versus Warren. May I have your appearances, please?
Angela Manarino on behalf of the people.
Royce Nunley on behalf of the defendant.
Angeles Warren.
Thank you. This case is scheduled today for arraignment and pretrial. It is currently in warrant status. The court will recall the warrant. Mr. Nunley, how are we proceeding?
At this time, Your Honor, the prosecutor has agreed to dismiss the charge.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Warren, this case is hereby dismissed. Good luck to you. Have a good afternoon.
Most definitely. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Do we have a lull? Angela, you have somebody in your meeting room.
Yeah, I was just waiting to see if the judge was going to call something or not. So
Yeah,
go
that's
ahead.
I was going to, but I
Oh.
don't see. Well, I see Mr. Burgess. Are we ready with Mr. Burgess?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning. Are we ready with Mr. Roberson?
I believe we are, Judge, unless my client is not on yet. I talked to him yesterday. I didn't see if he was on this morning.
He is on. That's why I was calling you.
Okay, yes, then we're ready to
But you
proceed.
say you say Collins Motor Sales.
I'm sorry, Judge, that was from the other day. I forgot to remove it. That's a civil
No, you're-
matter. I apologize.
I know.
Judge.
It's a
So,
client of mine from a long time ago. This is 1930160D, 1930170OT, and 1930180T, and 22VB026220OT. These are all Van Buren Township versus Antonio Roberson. May I have your appearances, please?
Angela Manarino on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. May it please the Honorable Court, David Burgess on behalf of Antonio Roberson.
Mr. Roberson, would you state your name for me, please, sir?
Antonio Roberson.
Thank you. When the parties were last here on February 2nd, there was an indication that there was a possible plea in this matter. Mr. Burgess, how are we proceeding this morning?
I believe Ms. Manarino has extended an offer, Judge, where my client will plead to operating while visibly impaired on the one count case, and I apologize for not having the number Andy to that one, in exchange for a dismissal of the original charges, of the other charges.
Of all of the other charges? Okay.
Yeah, yeah, the other ones are lesser ones. Yes, that's correct.
And
Thank
Your
you.
Honor, at the time that Mr. Burgess and I had those conversations, the 2022 case had not been charged yet. I think we had those conversations before the 2022 case occurred. But I wouldn't have an issue with dismissing that as part of the plea as well.
Okay, thank you,
Thank you,
Angela.
ma'am.
You're welcome.
Mr. Roberson, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Sir, you've had the opportunity to discuss these cases with your attorney, and you understand the charges you face and the possible consequences.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, sir, you wish to plead guilty to operating while visibly impaired.
Yes.
You understand that the court accepts your plea in this matter? You will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, before I ask your client any other questions, I want to disclose on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency on all four of these matters. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know that Mr. Roberson's case is scheduled today, and he has no impact on how this court rules. That being the case, are you prepared to proceed with this plea, or do you need an opportunity to speak to your client?
No, Your Honor, we're prepared to proceed. I don't see any conflict at all.
Thank you. Mr. Roberson, is it true that on July 22nd, 2019, in Van Buren Township, you operated a motor vehicle while you were visibly impaired by some intoxicant?
Yes.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr.
Yes.
Burgess?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Roberson, the court accepts your plea of guilty to operating while visibly impaired in 193016, 193017, 193018, and 22VB02620 are dismissed. Sir, because this is a drinking and driving offense, the court's procedure is to set the matter, to refer the matter to probation. For your interview, they're the department that will develop a sentence recommendation and schedule you to return to this court for sentencing. They will contact you by phone and by email. Please respond to their calls and their emails so that we may get you interviewed, get the sentence recommendation developed, and get you back here for sentencing. Understood?
Yes.
Anything else in this case, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Burgess?
No, Your Honor. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Roberson, you have a good day. Thank you for your patience this morning. I'll see you at your sentence date.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bowditch, were you ready with something?
Your Honor, I've spoken with the prosecutor. I need to speak with Mr. Jackson if he is on, if he's zoomed in. Lonza Jackson. He might be in the building, Your Honor.
If he's in the building, no one's opened my door to let me know. Ms. Medina, do you have something ready?
Yes, Your Honor, I am ready on Miss Jacqueline Little. My understanding is that she is present here, but she is via telephone. She hasn't been able to connect to the video, Your Honor.
Okay. This is 2300950 OD. This is Van Buren Township versus Jacqueline Benjamin Little. May I have your appearances, please?
Angela Manarino on behalf of the people.
And Crystal Marie Medina, Your Honor, on behalf of Miss Jacqueline Little.
Ma'am, state your name for me, please.
Jacqueline Benjamin Little.
Thank you. Ms. Medina, today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we would waive formal reading and stand mute as to the arraignment, and we are seeking an adjournment, Your Honor, for discovery in this matter.
Thank you. The bond recommendation from the Van Buren Township Department of Public Safety indicates that they do not oppose the personal bond in this matter. For that reason, Ms. Benjamin Little, the court will set your bond at 5,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until this case is resolved in its entirety. Because there is a serious allegation in this case, allegation being that you operated a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol content of 0.328, the court will make a condition of your bond that you not purchase, possess, consume any alcoholic beverages during the pendency of this matter. Ms. Medina, the court is making a notation that discovery has been requested. You are to return for an adjourned pretrial date on
April 20th at 9:10.
April 20th at 9:10 a.m. That will be back on Zoom in number 3 with Judge Green. Anything else in this case, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you very
Anything else,
much,
Ms.
Your
Medina?
Honor. No,
Thank you, Ms.
very much.
Benjamin Little. You are to
No
be
question.
back here on April the 20th at 9:10 a.m. That's with Judge Green back on Zoom. Between now and then, please make an effort to review the process for joining by Zoom. If you don't have the technology available, we have a room here in the building where you can come and participate by Zoom, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Ilasal, is your client with you or you expect him to join separately?
He's in the clerk room.
I see him. He's in collections. Okay.
Because I have
Ms.
Maria
Manarino?
helping. Sorry.
Okay, no, that's okay. Ms. Manarino, do you need to go away for a minute?
Yes,
Not
Judge.
go away, but do you need, go ahead. We will let you catch up and we'll figure out who else is ready and queued up.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I just need to speak with the prosecutor.
Yeah, that's where I was heading right now. Mr. Hadar, if you can return to the breakout room, I can speak with you about your client's case.
Okay, thank you. There we go.
Attorney Elisol, do you need to speak to the prosecutor?
Mr. Nitz, I'm not quite ready for you, sir, but when I call your case, you need to have your cap removed and be prepared, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mena, do you have something ready, sir?
I do not, Your Honor. All mine have been dealt with at this point.
Mr. Elisol.
If somebody's in another court, if they would just tell us that and we would stop screaming their name out.
Your Honor, I apologize for interrupting. I just spoke with Mr. Jackson. He did have an issue this morning. He is on his way to court as we speak.
Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
thank you for that update, Mr. Bowditch.
Angela, Mr. Ellisall just went into your meeting room also.
We're putting everyone in the meeting room and not in the waiting room. So they're all just coming in, which is fine. It's just
Well,
different.
it's just attorneys, so that's why I'm throwing them in there. Sorry.
At the clip, I unloosed it. I thought you.
What happened to Mr. Land?
Mr. Who?
Ivan Land.
He hasn't shown up yet.
No, he's been here. He came on and his client has been here. I don't know if he ever got in with Mr. Mena.
I haven't spoke to anyone with that name, Your Honor.
Thank you. Yeah, I saw him pop on momentarily and I have the file here. I'm just trying to get neatened up. Mr. Head, are you ready?
I am, Your Honor. We worked out a
Oh, you
plea.
left
And
your, no, you left your client in the breakout.
oh,
I
did-
typically don't call the case unless the attorney is here with their client. So just let me try to get her out.
thank you, Judge.
Thank you, sir. There we are. This is 190305 OM. This is Miss Manarino's not here.
I'm there.
Oh, yes, she is. I'm sorry, you're hiding behind this. Van Buren Township versus Christine Bauer. May I have your appearance, please?
Angela Manarino on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Hyder on behalf of Christine Bauer.
Ms. Bauer, would you state your name for me, please, ma'am?
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Christine Bauer.
Thank you. Today is a day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Hadar, how are we proceeding?
Waive the reading, stand mute, Your Honor.
And for purposes of pretrial, sir.
Your Honor, I spoke with the prosecutor. She's agreed to amend the charge to disorderly person. My client wishes to accept that. She's been advised of her rights. She's ready for your inquiry and she's ready to plead.
Thank you. Mr. Hadar, before I inquire of your client, I want to disclose on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency in this case. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about this case and has no impact on how this court rules. Knowing that, sir, do you still wish to proceed with the plea this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Bauer, raise your right hand for me, please, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ma'am, as indicated by your attorney, you've had the opportunity to discuss this case with him and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
And after having that conversation, you wish to plead guilty to the the added charge of being a disorderly person.
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
You understand that the court accepts your plea this morning. You will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
I am, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No, Your Honor, I have not.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
I am, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Is it true that on January 4th, 2019 in Van Buren Township, you were a disorderly person contrary to law?
Yes, Your Honor, I was.
Mr. Hadar, do you wish to inquire of your client further?
No, Your Honor, I'm satisfied with the plea.
Ms. Manarino, are the people satisfied?
Yes, Your Honor, satisfied.
Ms. Bauer, the court accepts your plea of guilty to being a disorderly person. Will dismiss the original charge of prescription fraud. Sir, is there anything you'd like to say on behalf of your client before fines and costs are imposed?
No, Your Honor, as long as fines, that's fine, Judge.
Thank you. Ma'am, the court will impose a fine of $100, cost of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee. There's $50 mandatory state cost, $20 fund fee. There's a $50 bench warrant fee for a previous failure to appear, and an administrative fee of $15. That's $410. Do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
No, I do not.
Thank you. 5 days to pay this disorderly person. Anything else on behalf of the township?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else on behalf of Ms. Bauer?
Nothing else, Your Honor. It was a real pleasure.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. Ms. Bauer, good luck to you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. You as well, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we ready with Ms. Mason?
Yes, Your Honor, we are ready with Ms. Mason.
Thank you, sir. This is 23WM002060M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Marcy Mason. May I have your appearances, please?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Royce Nunley on behalf of the defendant.
Oh,
Did we lose James?
we did, but Mr. Nunley, today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. For purposes of arraignment, how are we proceeding?
We'd waive a formal reading and stay on mute.
And for purposes of pretrial,
All right, my client would like to accept the offer tendered by the prosecutor to plead guilty under 771 for a period of 3 months.
thank you. Ms. Mason, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. May you put your hand down? You had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Nunley. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
I do, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation, you wish to plead guilty as charged to the checkpoint violation?
I do, Your Honor.
You understand that the court accepts your plea this morning. You will not have a trial of any kind.
I do, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or stand cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
I understand.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes, I am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, is it true that on February 19, 2023 at Detroit Metro Airport, which is City of Romulus, County of Wayne, State of Michigan, you committed a checkpoint violation by taking a functioning stun gun to security?
I did, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Nunley?
Satisfied.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty as charged to the checkpoint violation as previously indicated both by Mr. Nunley and on the plea form submitted by Mr. Mena. The sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months, ma'am, so long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan and pay costs of $500. The matter will be administratively reviewed for dismissal after that 90-day period. Ma'am, do you need more than 5 days to pay?
No, Your Honor, I do not.
5 days to pay, no new criminal offenses for 3 months, and then the matter will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Any questions, Ms. Mason?
No, Your Honor.
That concludes this matter, ma'am. Have a wonderful day and good luck.
You
to
as well. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Land, are we ready with Mr. Quarter?
Yes, Your Honor, but I need to see I need to speak to the prosecuting attorney.
Then you're not ready. Let's get you in with the prosecutor, sir.
All right, I'm sorry, Judge.
No worries. Mr. Nunley, were you ready with something else?
Yes, Your Honor, I am ready with Mr. Leon Nitz.
This is 23VB005860M. This is Van Buren Township versus Leon Nitz. May I have your appearance, please?
Angela Mannery on behalf of the people.
Royce Nunley on behalf of the defendant. Mr. Nitz, please state your name for the record.
Leon Nitz.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Nunley, how are we proceeding?
For purposes of the arraignment, we waive a formal reading and stand mute. For purposes of the pretrial, Mr. Nitt's going to accept the offer of pleading guilty under 771 for a period of, I believe, of 3 months. I'm sorry, for a period of 6 months.
Mr. Nitz, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Mr. Nunley, I know that you know this, but I want to make this disclosure on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency in this matter. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about Mr. Nitz's case and has no impact on how this court rules in any matter. That being the case, are we still prepared to proceed with the plea, or do you need to speak to Mr. Nitz?
Nope, we're ready to proceed, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Nitz, you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Nunley. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes,
And after having that conversation, sir, you wish to plead guilty as charged to the retail fraud.
I do.
Do you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes,
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or stand cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
yes,
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
yes,
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
no,
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
yes, ma'am.
Sir, is it true that on February 9, 2023, at the Meyer located on Belleville Road in Van Buren Township, you entered the store and took merchandise that was made available to the public for sale and passed all points of entry without making payment for those items?
Yes,
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Nunley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty as charged to the retail fraud. As indicated by Mr. Nunley, since in this matter will be delayed for a period of 6 months. Sir, so long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan and pay $300 in costs, the matter will be administratively reviewed for dismissal in that 6 months' time. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount, sir?
yes,
Sir, your case will be moved to the collections department. There's someone there right now who can help you set up a payment plan in this matter. Anything else, Ms. Manarino, in this case?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
Nothing further.
Thank you. Mr. Nitz, please go in, speak to the collections agent. Have a good day. Good luck to you, sir.
thank you. You have a good day.
Thank you.
I'm also ready on Filson if the court is ready.
Thank you, Mr. Nunley. This is 22VB017780M. This is Van Buren Township versus Filson. May I have your appearances, please?
Angela Mandarin on behalf of the people.
Royce Nunley on behalf of the defendant. This time, Your Honor, date and time scheduled for a pretrial. I believe that the prosecutor has offered to dismiss this charge.
That is correct, Your Honor. I've attempted to contact the complainant in this matter by phone and by mail and been unsuccessful.
Mr. Filson, state your name for me, please.
Damari Filson.
Thank you. Mr. Nunley, there's no objection to this dismissal.
Nope.
Case is hereby dismissed. Good luck to you, Mr. Filson. Have a good afternoon.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have a second, Angela, to talk?
Yeah,
Mr. Felsky, did you need to speak to the prosecutor? Or have you already done that? Oh, no, okay. That's me.
That's Belinda.
Yeah.
Okay.
As soon as I said it, I went, oh yeah, that's not right. Mr. Mena, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
This is 23WM001680M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Joseph Porter. May I have your appearances, please?
For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ivan Land, P65879, appeared on behalf of Joseph Porter, who's present on the screen, Your Honor. We have no objection to having this matter by Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Porter, your name, please, sir.
Joseph Porter.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Land, how are we proceeding?
For arraignment purposes, we stand mute and waive the formal reading. And we, I believe with this court's approval, I discussed this matter with the city attorney, and I believe we have a deal worked out if this court would accept it. Thank you.
Your Honor, the agreement would be taken pursuant to 771 for a period of 3 months. At the conclusion of the 3-month period, provided he hasn't gotten any trouble, paid his fines and costs, the matter would be administratively dismissed and the firearm could be returned at the completion of that.
Mr. Porter, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss this case with your attorney. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation, sir, you wish to plead guilty as charged to the checkpoint violation.
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
And you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
Judge,
You will
are
not
we
have the
on
opportunity-
Porter or Polk? Because
Yes.
Mr. Polk is
Porter.
answering.
It's quarter, C-O-R-D-E-R.
Yeah, Mr. Polk is answering.
Mr. Porter was answering.
Yeah, Mr. Polk is muted.
I just muted him, but Mr. Porter, you were responding to my questions, correct, sir?
That's correct.
I saw his lips moving, Heather. Thank you, though. Mr. Porter, you understand that you will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily, sir.
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
Is it true that on February 11, 2023, Detroit Metro Airport, which is city of Romulus, County of Wayne, state of Michigan, you took a firearm to the checkpoint?
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Land?
The defense is
Thank you.
satisfied.
Mr. Porter, Mr. Porter, the court accepts your plea of guilty as charged to the checkpoint violation as previously indicated. Since this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months pursuant to 771. So long as you incur no new criminal offenses during that 3-month period of time and pay the $900 in costs assessed by this court, the matter will be administratively reviewed for dismissal and you may retrieve the firearm from the airport police department. Anything else in this case, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor, nothing further.
Anything else, Mr. Land?
No, Your Honor, you and your staff take care, stay safe. Always a pleasure.
Have a good day. Mr. Porter,
right.
thank you for your patience this morning. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Ms. Fields.
Your Honor, we are ready on Ms. Fields.
Thank you, Ms. Medina. These are 22WM 01549 A and B. These are Wayne County Airport versus Fields. May I have your appearances, please?
For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
And Krista Marie Medina, Your Honor, appearing on behalf of Ms. Fields. Your Honor, with regard to the arraignment, we would waive formal reading, stand mute. We would ask for an adjournment, Your Honor, for discovery.
Ms. Fields, state your name for me, please, ma'am.
Maya Fields.
Ms. Fields, you have some previous failures to appear in this matter.
Yeah, I have one.
The court notes that you are out of state. Your bond in these matters, ma'am, is set at $5,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is appear as directed by this court until this matter is resolved in its entirety. Understood?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Medina, the court makes the notation that discovery has been requested. And this matter is adjourned to
April 20th at 9:10.
April 20th at 9:10 a.m. That's back on Zoom. That is in courtroom number 3 with Judge Green. Ms. Fields, notice of that date and time will be mailed to you at the address that you verify with the court staff. But again, ma'am, April the 20th, 9:10 a.m. Anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor, nothing further.
Anything else, Ms. Medina?
No, Your Honor, nothing else.
Thank you. Ms. Fields, good luck to you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you too.
Thank you.
So I can leave now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we ready with? I just saw it.
Your Honor, whenever the
Ma'am?
court is ready, I am ready. I'm Mr. Bechtold. He just left my waiting room.
Mr.
Bechtold.
Oh, he wasn't quite out yet, so I see.
Yeah,
him
he
now. Thank
wasn't.
you.
Thank you.
This is 23WM00054OM. This is Wayne County Airport versus Edward Bechtold. May I have your appearances, please?
For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Crystal Marie Medina, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Bechtold. Your Honor, Mr. Bechtold is present via Zoom. Would you please state your name for the record, Mr. Bechtold?
Edward Bechtold.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the adjourned pretrial in this matter. Ms. Medina, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we are seeking another brief adjournment. We have to, we want to review the report. My client would like to review the report in this matter, Your Honor.
That new date will be
April 20th at 9:10.
April 20th at 9:10 a.m. That's with Judge Green in courtroom number 3 back on Zoom. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Medina?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Bechtold. April 20th with Judge Green. Have a good afternoon.
You too. Thank you so
Your
much.
Honor.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Attorney Werbling, are we ready with Rios Blandon?
I don't know if I'd have an opportunity to speak with the prosecutor about this one.
You have not had the
I
opportunity?
have not, Your Honor.
We'll get you into a breakout room with him.
Okay.
Let me just make sure there's nothing else that's ready to go.
Thank you, Judge.
It doesn't look like there's anything ready, Marianne. I'm sorry, Marianne, Heather.
I'm gonna head to the breakout room with that, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Mena.
Judge Attorney David Gukasin did come in. I put him into the airport waiting room, but he will be for Tefalski. He's covering for Tefalski.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What happened with Mr. Illicel?
With who? I'm sorry.
Mr. Illicel, his client is here, and because I have the file pulled. Mr. Sherline's attorney. I'm not going to look, we'll just.
He must have left.
Huh. That was quick, Mr. Mena.
I work fast, Your Honor. I want to keep your docket moving, right?
Aw. This is 23WM00218OM. This is Wayne County Airport versus Marta Rios Blandon. May I have your appearances, please?
For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Sorry, Your Honor. Ben Werbling, P64889 on behalf of the defendant, Your Honor.
Ma'am, would you state your name for me, please?
Marta Rios Blandon.
Thank you. Today is the day
Thank
and
you.
time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Werbling, how are we proceeding?
Judge, for purpose of arraignment, we'll stand mute and wait for formal reading at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you. Your client has appeared timely and appropriately with retained counsel. On this matter, we set at 5,000 personal. Ma'am, you do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until the case is resolved in its entirety. Mr. Werbling, for purposes of pretrial, how are we proceeding?
Judge, I believe we have an offer that I wanted my client to take advantage of. I just wanted to confirm her citizenship. I just sent a text to her family. Ma'am, what is your status?
I am a citizen.
Okay, so I think that with that being said, we wanted to waive our rights, take advantage of the offer where if she did plead guilty, paid the fine, and after the 90-day period, it would be administratively dismissed and she could potentially get the firearm returned.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, would you turn your video on for me, please? Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
The truth.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. You had the opportunity to discuss this case with your attorney. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
I don't understand much.
Okay.
What did you say?
I said you've
I'm
had the
sorry.
opportunity to, no, you had the opportunity to discuss this case with your attorney and you understand the charges you face and the penalties.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And after having that conversation, you wish to plead guilty as charged to the checkpoint violation.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if you plead guilty, you will not have a trial in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine the witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
You're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, is it true that on February 20th, 2023 at Detroit Metro Airport, you took a weapon to the security checkpoint?
Yes, I forgot it in my purse. I did.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Warbling?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the checkpoint violation as previously indicated. Since this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months, so long as you have no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan and pay the $900 in costs, the matter will be administratively reviewed for dismissal after that 3-month period. Understood? Ma'am, do you understand?
Yes, I do.
After that 3 months, you may also retrieve the firearm from the airport police department. Ma'am, do you need more than 5 days to pay the $900?
No. No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay, 5 days to pay, 90 days, no new criminal offenses. That concludes this matter. Ms. Rios Blandos, you're free to go. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
you very much, Your
Thank
Honor.
you very much.
Excuse me. Mr. Warbling, you also had Richard Junius.
Yes, Judge, and I think that was set for 10 o'clock, Judge. So I don't know if he's in the meeting yet.
Okay. Oh, we had Miss Wade. Are we ready with Miss Wade?
That was, I believe, Mr. Nunley's client, Judge, and I don't see him on the screen right now.
Okay. Mr. Haley, were you ready with something? I'll take that as a pass. Mr. Bowditch, are you ready with something?
Your Honor, as soon as my client shows up, he was the one that was having a little difficulty, Your Honor. I believe he's going to show up in
Okay.
person.
When I see faces, I just want to make sure that people aren't sitting waiting. I see we have many defendants.
Your Honor, Mr. Johnson and Ms. Tayden are, they waived their attorney and we are ready on that if the court wants to call that, those matters.
Thank you. This is 23VB007160M, Van Buren Township versus Ramel Johnson.
Angela Manarino on behalf of the people.
Yes.
Take your hat off, please, and state your name for the record.
Ramel Johnson.
Mr. Johnson, the way the court staff have you labeled indicate that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And you wish to proceed on your own in this matter?
Yes, ma'am.
You've had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor?
Yes.
Ms. Manarino, how are we proceeding in this matter?
Your Honor, the offer to Mr. Johnson was 771 for 6 months. It's my understanding that he wants to accept that offer.
Is that correct, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, before I take your plea in this matter, I want to disclose on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency in this case. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about your case, doesn't know that it's scheduled, and has no impact on how this court rules in any matter. Knowing that, sir, do you still wish to proceed with your plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Can we put your hand down? Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Sir, is it true that on February 25th, 2023, at the Meyer and Van Buren Township on Belleville Road, you went into the store and took items from the shelf that were available to the public for sale, those items totaling $438.40, and you walked past all points of payment without making payment for these items?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Mr. Johnson, the court accepts your plea of guilty as charged to the retail fraud in this matter. As previously indicated, your sentence in this case will be delayed for a period of 6 months. Sir, so long, excuse me, so long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan for that 6 month period of time and pay $300 in costs to the court, the matter will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Before you leave today, your case will be transferred to the collections breakout room. There'll be a clerk there available to discuss the matter with you and set you on a payment plan for those $300, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else, Mr. Johnson?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Let's go to 23VB007150M, Van Buren Township versus Ashley Marie Tayden.
Angela Manarino again on behalf of the people.
State your name for me, ma'am.
Ashley Tayden.
Ma'am, the way the court staff have you labeled indicates that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you wish to proceed on your own?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have the opportunity to speak to Ms. Manarino?
Yes.
Ms. Manarino, how are we proceeding in this case?
Your Honor, the offer to Ms. Tayden was 771 for 6 months. It's my understanding that she wants to accept that as well.
Ms. Tayden, raise your right hand for me, please, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. You may put your hand down. Ma'am, you heard me disclose to Mr. Johnson that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. Having heard that disclosure, are you still prepared to proceed with your plea this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, is it true that on February 25th, 2023, at the Meyer in Van Buren Township, you went into the store, took items from the shelf that were available to the public for sale, those items totaling $438.40, and you passed all points of payment without making payment for the items?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Ms. Manorino?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the sole count in this matter of retail fraud. As previously indicated, sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 6 months, so long as you incur no new criminal offenses in that 6-month period of time and pay the cost of $300 that are assessed by the court. The matter will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, we will now put you in the collections room. You and Mr. Johnson may make payment arrangements on that case. Just so you're aware, Ms. Tatum, you have another outstanding matter with this court. There's a speeding ticket that was issued on February 1st. Please, after you conclude this morning's hearing, please be in contact with the court. You may do so online to make arrangements regarding that speeding ticket, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's get you moved into collections. Good luck to the two of you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Mr. Weinberg, do you need to speak to your client or are you ready to proceed?
I'm sorry, Judge, did you call me?
I did, sir.
Sorry about
I
that.
asked you, did you need to speak? That's okay. I asked you, did you need to speak to your client or are you ready to proceed?
I need to talk to the prosecutor.
Let's get you in with the prosecutor then.
I'll move them, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Maybe.
Mr. Hadley, do you have anything ready?
Good morning, Your Honor. I think when Mr. Mena comes back, we're ready on Belinda Christophels.
Think you're ready?
Once the prosecutor comes in, we're ready. Sorry, Judge.
You're fine. It's fine. Her file's actually the very next one, so as soon as it
Oh,
pops
great.
back out.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome, sir. Oh, Mr. Jackson's here, Mr. Bowditch.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could I go into a breakout room with him, please?
He's waiting to go in with the clerk. As soon as Mackenzie's done with him, we'll get you into a breakout room with him.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome, sir. Oh, Heather. Mr. Sherline,
Yes,
your attorney had been here.
I just texted him. He said a few minutes.
Okay,
Yep.
okay. I was gonna say, I see that you're sitting here ever so patiently, and I didn't want to keep passing you.
No, no problem. He said a few minutes.
Okay. Heather, I'm going to step off for just a moment. I mean, seriously, just a moment, and I'll come back out and we'll call Christopher Polk and then Junius when the prosecutors are here, okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Heather? When Mr. Jackson is checked in, could I go into a breakout room with him, hon?
Oh, you know what, Tim? Nope. Thanks, yep. This is 2300820M. This is Van Buren Township versus Lindsay Dineski.
Yes, ma'am, that's me. On behalf of the people.
I'm sorry, ma'am. State your name for me again.
Lindsay Dineski.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Ms. Dineski, the way the court staff have you labeled indicate that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yeah, I'm studying to be a lawyer. I would not need that.
That being the case, have you had the opportunity to speak to Ms. Manarino this morning?
Yes. I
Ms.
think all
Manarino,
charges
how
should be
are you-
dismissed because this is retaliatory action for asking for a child to be protected.
Ms. Manarino, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, based on my discussion with Ms. Dineski this morning, she is requesting to have the matter set for a jury trial.
I'm actually requesting for dismissal, and she insisted that I either take a plea or go to trial, but I think that it should be dismissed because it's retaliatory and it's in violation of several of my rights, Michigan and federal rights under the Constitution of both.
And I
So-
did explain to her, Your Honor, that she would have the opportunity to present her defenses at trial.
I think that would be
And
a
Ms.
waste
Dineski,
of
hold
taxpayer
on.
dollars. I'm poor. so
No. What I was starting to say before I was interrupted by both of you is that Ms. Dineski, today is just a date and time for the arraignment. We'll set your
So I
bond
would
in this matter.
Plea not guilty.
Thank you. That's the recommendation from Van Buren Township, ma'am, is that they do not oppose personal bond, and that was going to be the court's intent. Set your bond at 5,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, What you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until this case is resolved in its entirety. The arraignment having been completed, the next step is pretrial. You've both already indicated that you've had some conversation regarding pretrial. Ms. Teneski, I understand that you have a defense that you want to present. Today is not the day and time to present that defense. If you want the matter scheduled for a jury, the court is happy to schedule the matter for a jury trial. In an interim, there's also a request that you have no contact with Charles Nerswick, Nerswick. Do you have any reason to be in contact and communication with that person?
Yeah, we have children together and he kidnapped one of our children, which
Your
is
Honor.
what I was actually calling the police about. And he has our child in danger and they refuse to listen. And now she's gone. She's missing. So I will be countersuing Romulus, or I mean, I guess it would be Van Buren. And if the court proceeds with this, I will be also bringing the malicious prosecution against this court as well. Because these are erroneous charges and they're retaliatory, which is a violation of my freedom of speech. It's a violation of my right to due process. So if this does not get dropped today and it moves forward, I will be filing under color of law lawsuits against Van Buren and this court in federal court for violation of rights under federal question jurisdiction. So I just don't think it would be a good use of the court's time or resources to continue this malicious prosecution. And I could quote case law, I could quote laws that Van Buren police broke. They completely ignored my evidence. There was obstruction of justice. They said there was sexual discrimination against me because I was a woman. I have all the calls recorded. I mean, it would really be a waste of the court's time. The one who broke the law was Van Buren Township, not myself.
Ms. Teneski, I said it before, and I'm not sure if you heard me or understood that today is the arraignment. Today is the
Yes,
first
but
appearance.
if I could ask for it to be dropped at the arraignment. I'm allowed to ask for the charges to be dropped because they're erroneous. So my liberty should not be affected by erroneous charges. I should not have to keep showing up at court and have a bond. That's a violation of my liberty. This is malicious prosecution. Chuck has friends at the Van Buren Township. His father used to be the fire, one of the high, like he was like the assistant fire chief. So there's bias there. They refused to listen to me. He tried to kill me and then he took our child. And when I talked to the police about it and said that under Michigan law, he should not be with a child because he's suicidal, homicidal, and he's isolating with a child, everybody ignored me. And then they pressed charges against me for asking them to help me.
Ms. Teneski, just so you're clear, this matter is being recorded and we're streaming live on YouTube. I only say that so that you may be mindful of the things that you say. Ms. Manarino, you were starting to say something.
Yes, Your Honor, as it relates to bond, I understand that Ms. Teneski has an issue with the no contact. When I spoke with the complaining witness in this matter, he did indicate that he did not have an issue with Ms. Teneski having contact with him as it relates to the two children, the two biological children they have in common. As it relates to any other matter, he would not like to have contact from her during the pendency of this matter.
So Ms. Teneski, I will ask you the question a different way. Do you have any reason to be in contact with Mr. Nerswick other than to make arrangements regarding the children?
Haley is my child. She's not my biological child, but legally she is my child. I've cared for her for 5 years. I'm the only mother she knows. So yes, I should be able to have contact with him regarding Haley because he kidnapped her legally under Michigan law. I am a parent and I have as much right to her as he does as a biological parent. The court, when gave him custody, used me as a deciding factor as to why he got custody of that child. So that actually, just that particular statement shows that this is about him abusing myself and Haley and using the court as a shield to keep a mother away from a child. And the fact that he took her away from me, she's not been away from me more than 3 days since the day I met her. And he hasn't let me talk to her in 2 months. And that's extremely mentally damaging to her because she already has issues. Because when I met her, a bio mother had abused her and neglected her. And I had to work with her for 5 years to even get her to be able to be at the same level as somebody her age, because she was so behind due to the abuse and neglect from Charles and the bio mother. And now he tried to kill me. He said he was suicidal and then kidnapped our child, and then used Van Buren police to maliciously prosecute me when I tried to assert my rights to that child and my right to protect that child. So again, the only people who have committed any crimes here is the Van Buren police and Charles Nerswick.
Ma'am, the court will impose a condition of bond that you have no contact with the complainant in this case, except as is necessary to make arrangements regarding the biological children. I heard your request for a jury trial, but I've also listened to the comments that you just made, and I want to disclose to you that I am married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. He is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department, the issuing agency in this matter. But based on the comments that you've made, ma'am, I'm not sure if you wish to have this case remain here with me, or if this matter should be adjourned to Judge Green's docket. She next takes the Van Buren Township docket with a date available on April 20th for a pretrial conference. How do you wish to proceed?
Is that where I can ask for it to be dismissed?
You can make that request at every hearing, ma'am.
Well, that's what I was doing today, but you said that that was not appropriate.
Because there's been nothing received from the court other than the charges. So the arraignment is just the reading of the charges, the setting of bond, and then the scheduling of the next matter unless the parties have reached an agreement. So there's
Well, that's
nothing
what
for
I'm
me to make
asking
a
for the
dismissal on.
agreement, due to the fact I was not given any evidence. I wasn't like this. And like, I have proof that Chuck took this and tried to use it in a court to try to kidnap the biological children from me. And the court didn't grant it because it was, again, erroneous, and the court saw through that. But he conspired with the Van Buren police to have these charges brought against me, and he perjured himself. The Van Buren police perjured themselves when they asked for this warrant. I was not given the information. I was not given the information as to what I did wrong. They kept that information from me. I was not properly served on this matter either. I mean, everything is completely improper in this entire case. Plus, it's erroneous and they're false charges.
Ma'am, are you requesting information from Ms. Manarino at this time?
I mean, I called and asked for information back when I first got the letter, and nobody would give me anything. I've called and I left her messages, I think, at least twice. So yeah, I would like to have every single thing that they use to get an erroneous warrant on me.
Ma'am, based on that, the court will make an indication in the file that you've requested discovery. Now that you've
Thank you.
requested discovery, we'll put the matter over to Judge Green's docket. That will be
April 20th at 9:20.
April 20th at 9:20 in courtroom number 3, back on Zoom with Judge Green. Ma'am,
And I would like to know why I would not be allowed to talk to Charles about my daughter, Haley. I will not abide by that, by the way. I will not. That's illegal. And I do not have to abide by an illegal order.
April 20th with Judge Green, ma'am. The court will mail notice to the address that we have on file in this matter. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
I do
Anything
not
else, Ms.
consent
Demansky?
to this, by the way. I do not consent to this interaction. I do not consent to these charges. I do not consent to any of it. It is erroneous, and I will be taking legal action against this court for not dropping this today.
Anything else, Ms. Demansky?
No, ma'am.
Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is 23WM002170M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Belinda Christophos.
For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning. My name is David Gakasi, and I'm appearing on behalf of Belinda Christopoulos, who was present via Zoom, and we consent to Zoom this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. State your name for me, please.
Belinda Larish Christophitz.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. How are we proceeding in this matter?
For purposes of arraignment, Your Honor, I would waive a formal reading, stand mute. Judge, I did have an opportunity to speak to Mr. Mena. My understanding is that the misdemeanor charge will be dismissed, and there's an offer of a civil infraction of double parking. I have spoke to Ms. Stoffels, and she is prepared to tender a plea of responsible to the amended charge of double parking.
Thank you, ma'am. Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. You had the opportunity to speak to your attorney. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties?
Yes,
And after having that conversation, ma'am, you wish to plead responsible to the added part of double parking.
yes,
And ma'am, you're doing so freely and voluntarily?
yes,
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead responsible?
no,
Are you pleading responsible because you are responsible?
yes, I am.
Ma'am, is it true that on February 20th, 2023, at Wayne County Airport, which is city of Romulus, County of Wayne, state of Michigan, you were double parked contrary to law?
Yes,
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied?
Yes, Your
Mr.
Honor,
Bocassi,
satisfied.
sorry. Ma'am, the court
Satisfied,
accepts
Your
your plea of responsible to double parking and dismisses the breach of security. As indicated on the plea form, the cost in this matter will be assessed in the amount of $300. You need more than 5 days to pay that amount.
no, I don't.
5 days to pay, double parking. That concludes this matter, ma'am. Have a good day. Good luck to you.
Thank you
Thank you.
very much, Your Honor.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Matt. Have a good day.
You're welcome.
everybody.
Good seeing you.
Thank you.
This is 23WM 00232 OM. This is Wayne County Airport versus Baron Polk. May I have your appearance, please?
The record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Good morning, Judge. Scott Weinberg, P4587 on behalf of Mr. Polk. This is an arraignment pretrial. For the purpose of arraignment, we'll stand mute.
Mr. Polk, would you state your name for me, please, sir?
Baron Polk Jr.
Thank you. And then Mr. Weinberg, for purposes of pretrial, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I've spoken with the prosecutor. There's some outstanding discovery. We'd ask for an adjournment so we can get that and have an order signed by the court for discovery.
In the interim, we will set Mr. Polk's bond at $5,000 personal. Mr. Polk, you don't need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by this court until this matter is resolved in its entirety. There's a notation that discovery has been requested. The pretrial will be adjourned to
April 20th at 9:20.
Your Honor, could we have another date? I'm out of town that week.
May 4th at 9 a.m.
That's fine.
May 4th at 9 a.m. and number 3 by Zoom with Judge Green. Anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Weinberg?
Just to be able to get that signed discovery order done.
Your Honor, I forwarded to Mr. Weinberg one signed by me. He just has to email it to the court. I know the court will then enter it and then return it to me.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Weinberg. Mr. Polk, you're free to go, sir. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. This is 2300980D. This is Van Buren Township versus Richard Junius.
Angela Manning on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ben Werbling, P64889 on behalf of Mr. Junius.
Mr. Junius, would you state your name for me, please, sir?
Richard Junius.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Werbling, how are we proceeding?
Judge, for purpose of the arraignment, we're going to stand mute and wait for formal reading at this time, Judge.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
The recommendation from Van Buren Township is that your client's bond be set at 2,010%. Your comment as to bond in this matter?
Judge, my client has no prior history. He has a clean record. He's in the security business. He's a family man. He's been married. He has children in college. He's retained an attorney. He's taken this very seriously. He's appeared today. He has no history of missing anything as far as an important hearing like today. So I'd ask that it be converted to a personal bond, Judge.
Thank you. Your client has appeared timely and appropriately this morning. Based on that, the court will set the bond at 2,000 personal. Mr. Junius, you don't need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by this court until this matter is resolved in its entirety. due to the fact that the allegation indicates that you had a blood alcohol content of 0.12 while you were operating a vehicle. A condition of your bond is that you not purchase, possess, consume any alcoholic beverages during the pendency of this matter. The pretrial will be adjourned to
April 20th at 9:20.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Your next appearance date, sir, April 20th, 2023, 9:20 a.m. Back on Zoom with Judge Green in courtroom number 3. Anything else in this matter?
Nothing further, Judge. I'll send a discovery request to the prosecutor's office on this. I think it's
That's
Ms.
what I was
Manarino.
gonna- That was the only thing I was going to ask. If you need discovery, Mr. Warbling, I'll have it sent over to you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Junius. You're free
Thank
to
you,
go,
Your Honor.
sir. Have a good day.
Thank you as
Richard, I'll
well.
call you later in the day, sir.
All right, thank you. Thank you all.
Mr. Nunley, were you ready with something?
Yes, I have quite a few of them ready. Christopher Walker,
These are 23WM00212 A and B. These are Wayne County Airport versus Christopher Walker. May I have your appearances, please?
For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of the defendant. Mr. Walker, will you state your name for the record, please?
Christopher Walker.
Mr. Nunley, how are we proceeding this morning?
Mr. Walker would like to accept the offer tendered by the prosecutor to dismiss the prohibited parking and to plead guilty under 771 for a period of 3 months to the child abuse charge.
Thank you. Mr. Walker, you had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Mena, Mr. Nunley this morning, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, I do.
And after having that conversation, you wish to plead guilty as charged to the child abuse allegation?
Yes, I do.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial. I'm sorry, raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear a firm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, I do.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, I do.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, it was.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Sir, is it true that on February 20th, 2023 at Detroit Metro Airport, which is city of Romulus, county of Wayne, state of Michigan, you committed child abuse by leaving a child unattended in a motor vehicle?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Nunley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Walker, the court accepts your plea of responsible as charged for the child abuse and dismisses the prohibited parking. As indicated previously, sir, a sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months as long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan during that 3-month period of time and pay costs of $500. The matter will be administratively reviewed for dismissal at the conclusion of that 3 months. Sir, do you need more than 5 days to pay the $500?
Yes, I do.
Sir, at the conclusion of this matter, your file will be moved into the collections breakout room. You'll have the opportunity to speak to a member of the court's collection staff. You'll be able to make a payment arrangement on that $500. Mr. Mena, anything else in this matter?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Walker, good luck to you. Look out for the button that says join the collections room. Please go there and speak to the agent to make the payment arrangement. Okay, sir?
Thank you.
Thank you. Your next one, Mr. Nunley.
Deborah Wade.
Deborah
Wade, W-A-D-E.
Wade, thank you. This is 2301707OM. This is Van Buren Township versus Deborah Wade. Ma'am, state your name for the record.
Your Honor, we are ready on Mr. Jackson.
Ms. Wade, will you
Yes.
state your name for the record, please?
State your name, ma'am.
Deborah Wade.
Thank you. Mr. Nunley, your appearance is noted for the record. How are we proceeding this morning?
At this time, Ms. Wade is going to plead guilty as charged.
Ms. Wade, now raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Mr. Nunley, you're aware of the fact that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure. Van Buren Township is the issuing agency in this matter. My husband's not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He has no impact or input on how this case rules. Are we still prepared to proceed with the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Nunley, is it just a straight-up plea to the retail fraud?
Yes, it is.
Ms. Wade, you've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Nunley. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, ma'am, you wish to plead guilty as charged in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatening in any way, promising anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Ma'am, is it true that on February 7, 2023 in Van Buren Township at the Meyer on Belleville Road, you committed the act of retail fraud by taking merchandise from the store that was available to the public for business and passing all points of sale without making payment for the items totaling $1,521.31? Ms. Wade,
Yes.
is that in fact what you did on that day?
Yes.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Nunley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the sole count in this matter of retail fraud. Mr. Nunley, anything you'd like to say before fines and costs are assessed in this matter?
Leave it to the discretion of the court, Your Honor.
Ms. Manarino, was there anything you'd like to say?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Wade, is there anything you'd like to say on your own behalf this morning?
No, ma'am.
Ma'am, the court will impose a fine of $300, cost of $100. There's mandatory crime victims fee of $75. There's mandatory state cost of $20 and fund fee of, mandatory state cost of $50 and fund fee of $20. That's $545. Do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, your case will be sent over to the collections breakout room this morning. Please click the link, join there with them. That will put you on the payment plan, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Good luck to you. Have a good afternoon. Mr. Nunley?
Lanatasha Pollard.
This is 23WM001660M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Pollard. May I have your appearances, please?
Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of the defendant. Ms. Pollard, please state your name for the record.
Natasha Pollard.
Thank you. Today's the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Nunley, how are we proceeding?
For purposes of the arraignment, we stand mute. For purposes of the pretrial, Ms. Pollard is going to plead guilty under 771 for a period of 3 months.
Ms. Pollard, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the
Yes.
truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, ma'am. Can you put your hand down? You're getting your hair braided while you're giving a plea?
Yes.
So not serious, you're not anxious about this process at all, huh?
No, I shouldn't reschedule the appointment. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. Ma'am, you've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Nunley. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, you wish to plead guilty as charged to the checkpoint violation.
Yes.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
What was the dangerous weapon?
I'm not,
It was,
go ahead.
I'm sorry. It was a 380. It was
Oh,
a gun.
Okay. Thank you. Ma'am, is it true that on February 11, 2023 at Detroit Metro Airport, which is city of Romulus County, Wayne, state of Michigan, you took a firearm to the checkpoint?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Nunley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the checkpoint violation in this matter. As previously indicated, sentence will be delayed for a period of 3 months. During that 3-month time, so long as you commit no new criminal violations in the state of Michigan and pay the $900 in costs assessed by the court, the matter will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Additionally, the firearm may be retrieved from the airport police department at the conclusion of that 90 days. Do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
Yes.
Ma'am, your case will now be moved to the collections department. There is an agent there on behalf of the court to set up a payment plan on the $900. Anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Pollard, please go into that collections breakout room. Good luck to you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. This is 2208410D. This is Van Buren Township versus Lonza Jackson. May I have your appearance, please?
Angela.
Your
Mary,
Honor.
people.
Your Honor, for the
Your
record,
Honor.
Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson, could you tell the judge your name for the record, please? Mr. Jackson? Mr. Jackson, can you hear me?
No, you know what? He needs to go into the Zoom room. We had this problem before. I'll pass this matter momentarily and go to 2301060M, Van Buren Township versus Brandon Hull. May I have your appearance, please, sir?
Angela Mandarin on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Okay. Hello?
Mr. Hull, state your name for me, please, sir.
Brandon Hall.
Thank you. Mr. Hull, the way the court staff has you identified indicates that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of a court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And you wish to proceed on your own?
Yeah. I
And you've had
received a
the-
letter. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I received a letter from Menards yesterday in the mail saying that if I pay what I owe them, that they would drop all of this. So I'm trying to get a hold of them today to pay them.
Mr. Hull, you had a chance to speak to Ms. Manarino this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Manarino, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we are asking for a brief adjournment in this matter.
Yeah, she's a hot prosecutor.
That new date will be?
April 20th at 9:30.
April 20th at 9:30. That will be back on Zoom in courtroom number 3 with Judge Green, Mr. Hall, okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Your
Sir,
Honor.
There is an order for fingerprints attached to the front of the file. The court is signing that. Before you appear before Judge Green on April 20th, sir, please make your way to the Van Buren Township Department of Public Safety and have your fingerprints taken.
Okay. Will I need paperwork
Okay.
to go do that, or do I just go down there and give them my name?
I'm signing the paperwork right now. I'm not sure how the court staff gets that to you, Heather.
Okay.
If he left an email address, I can email it to him and I will be sending it to Van Buren.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good luck to you, Mr. Hall. Have a good day.
Thank you so much. You too.
Thank you. I'm recalling 2208410D, Mr. Jackson. Unmute yourself, sir, please. Mr. Nunley,
Hello?
sorry.
I'm
Mr.
sorry,
Jackson,
ma'am.
would
Yes,
you please get out of the main corridor of the court, go into that room, please, and state your name for me?
okay, yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bowders, today is the day and time set for the adjourned pretrial. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, there is a little bit of discovery we still need to review. We're asking for another adjournment.
Is someone in the room, in the Zoom room?
Mr. Jackson, state your name for me, sir.
Lonzo Jackson,
Mr. Jackson,
yes,
Mr. Bowders has indicated that there's some discovery outstanding. This case will be adjourned again. Sir, we
Yes.
had this communication problem the last time you were here. So if you are having technology issues, that Zoom room is typically available for you. Otherwise,
someone-
please be prepared. If you're not able to get in there, you're on your phone, please be
Yes.
prepared to proceed, okay? That's all.
yes. Is someone in the Zoom room too?
I hear you, sir. I appreciate that, but I just don't like people to conduct their hearings out there in that main hallway where there's other people around. We just try to,
Yeah, dude, I love her as a judge. Like, she's
I
one of the
understand.
best.
it's fine. I appreciate that. We'll adjourn this
Okay.
matter to,
Oh, I'm sorry, April 20th at 9:30.
April
April
20.
20th at 9:30. Yes, sir. That will
Thank
be with
you.
Judge Green. It will be a different Zoom ID, sir.
Okay,
Courtroom number 3.
courtroom number 3.
Yes, sir. They'll mail a notice to you at the address we have on file.
Okay, thank you, Mel. Have a
Mr.
nice
Jackson,
day.
when we meet, I'll give you instructions, sir.
Okay,
I believe we're good,
That
Mr.
concludes this
Jackson.
matter, Mr. Jackson.
okay, thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
I'll call you,
too, sir.
Lonzo.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
This is 23WM000950M Wayne County Airport versus Stewart. May I have your appearances, please?
For the record, Your Honor, James Bennett appearing on behalf of the airport.
And Crystal Marie Medina, Your Honor, appearing on behalf of Mr. Stewart. Your Honor, Mr. Stewart is present via Zoom. Mr. Stewart, would you please turn on your video and state your name for the record?
Sway Stewart, I've been trying to, my camera been messed up.
Mr. Stewart, that's fine. Ms. Medina, today's the day and time set for the adjourned pretrial. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we would need another brief adjournment to facilitate Mr. Stewart and I reviewing discovery in this matter.
Thank you. That adjourned pretrial date will be
April 20th at 9:40.
Okay.
April 20th at 9:40. In number 3 on Zoom with Judge Green. Anything
Okay.
else in this matter, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything
No, Your
else,
Honor.
Ms. Medina? Thank
No,
you. Good
thank
luck
you.
to you, Mr. Stewart. Have a good day.
Mhm.
Uh,
I have Ms. Carissa Cope, Your Honor, and Jones Cole.
These are 23VB00511 A, B, and C. These are Van Buren Township versus Jones Cole. May I have your appearance, please?
Angela Manning on behalf of the people.
And Crystal Marie Medina, Your Honor, on behalf of Ms. Jones Cole. Your Honor, I did review the offer with my client. Ms. Cole, would you please say your full name for the record?
Keandra Jones Cole.
At this time, my client is prepared to plead guilty to no operator's license on person. My understanding is that by doing that, the civil infractions would be dismissed.
Ms. Jones Cole, raise your right hand for me, please, ma'am. Do you swear affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. You may put your hand down, Ms. Medina. Before I proceed, want to disclose on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency in this matter. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He has no input or impact on how this court rules in any matter. That being the case, ma'am, are you still prepared to proceed with this plea?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor,
Ms.
we are
Jones
prepared
Cole-
to proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Jones Cole, you had the opportunity to speak to Ms. Medina. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am. I just didn't know the exact amount that charge would be, like courts and fines, fees.
But ma'am, after having that conversation, you wish to plead guilty to having no operator's license on your person on the day in question.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, I understand.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No, I have not.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Ma'am, is it true that on February 2nd, 2023 in Van Buren Township, you operated a motor vehicle with no operator's license on your person?
Yes.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Ms. Medina?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty to no operator's license on person. Any comment as to fines and costs, Ms. Medina?
Your Honor, I would just ask that the court impose fines and costs in this matter. I couldn't, you broke out though at the beginning. Any what as to fines and costs?
Any comment as to fines and costs before
No,
they're
Your
imposed?
Honor.
And Mr.
No.
Signorelli, are you smoking? Ma'am, the court will impose a fine of $100, cost of $100, there's $75 crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state costs, and $20 fund fee. That's $345. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
No, I don't. Just one moment. Let me put that in my notes.
Ma'am,
It's-
5 days to pay. I didn't make the record clear, but the civil infraction of no proof of insurance and the registration or plate violation are dismissed as a part of that plea, okay?
Okay, and you said it'd be 345 altogether?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, Your
Anything
Honor.
else? That concludes this matter, ma'am. You're free to go.
Okay, can I go online or would I have to bring the money to you guys?
You can go online and pay, you can mail it to the court, or you can bring it to the court, okay?
Okay. Mail it to the court, bring it to the court. And I'll just go on you guys' website?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
This is 20VB045480M. This is Van Buren Township versus Cope. Your appearances, please.
Angela Manring on behalf of the people.
Crystal Marie Medina, Your Honor, on behalf of Ms. Cope. Your Honor, Ms. Cope, would you please state your full name for the record?
Carissa Cope.
Your Honor,
Today is
I
a day
am,
and time separate.
sorry, go
Go ahead,
ahead.
Ms. Medina. No. Please go ahead.
That I am in receipt of discovery. I just wanted to make a record of that, Your Honor. I just need a brief adjournment to review that with my client, Ms. Cope, Your Honor.
Thank you. Today was the day and time set for the final pretrial in this matter. So are we adjourning the final pretrial, Ms. Medina?
If the people do not object to that, Your Honor, I would like an opportunity to go over the discovery with my client. I wasn't able to prior to today's meeting.
I have no
No
objection, Your Honor.
worries. Thank you, Ms. Manarino. The final pretrial is adjourned to
April 20th at 9:40.
April 20th at 9:40, back on Zoom in number 3 with Judge Green. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Medina?
No, Your Honor, and thank you.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. Ms. Cope, you're free to go.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is 2208100OM. This is Van Buren Township versus Anthony James Signorelli. Thank you, sir.
Angela Manring on behalf of the people.
Crystal Marie Medina, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Signorelli. Mr. Signorelli, would you please say your full name for the record?
Yes, ma'am, I will. My name is Anthony James Signorelli.
Thank you. This case was originally, this case is scheduled today for the arraignment and pretrial. Ms.
Your Honor,
Medina, how are we proceeding?
With regard to the arraignment, we would waive formal reading and stand mute, Your Honor. We will be requesting discovery in this case and request a pretrial date.
Thank you. Bond in this matter is set at 1,000 personal. Mr. Signorelli, you don't need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by this court until this matter is resolved in its entirety. Ms. Medina, the court is making an indication in the file that you have requested discovery. The pretrial will be adjourned to
April 20th at 9:40.
April 20th at 9:40 a.m. That is back on Zoom. That is in courtroom number 3 with Judge Green. Anything else in this case, Ms. Manorino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Medina?
No, Your Honor, thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. Mr. Signorelli, you're free to go, sir. Have a good afternoon. You're back on April 20th with Judge Green.
It was really nice meeting you again, Your Honor.
Take care, sir. Thank you.
You too, ma'am. Thank you.
Mr. Nunley?
Yep, I am ready on Mr. Kevin Gwaltney.
Thank you. This is 23WM00230OM. This is Wayne County Airport versus Kevin Gwaltney. May I have your appearances, please?
For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of the defendants. Mr. Gwaltney, could you unmute and please state your name for the record, please? You got to unmute.
Kevin Gwaltney.
Thank you. Today's the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Nunley, how are we proceeding?
For purposes of the arraignment, we'd stand mute. For purposes of the pretrial, he's going to accept the offer of pleading guilty under 771 for 3 months with $224 in restitution to standard parking.
Thank you. Mr. Gwaltney, would you raise your right hand for me, please, sir? Do you swear a firm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. You had the opportunity to discuss your case this morning with Mr. Nunley, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, sir, you wish to plead guilty to defrauding an innkeeper.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that the court accepts your plea this morning. You will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or stand cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, I am not.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, is it true that on February 18, 2023 at Detroit Metro Airport, which is City of Romulus County, Plain State of Michigan, you defrauded an innkeeper by failing to make payment to standard parking?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Nunley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty to defrauding an innkeeper as previously indicated. Since in this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months, so long as you incur no new criminal violations in the state of Michigan during that time, pay cost to the court of $200 in restitution to standard parking in the amount of $224. The matter will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that total of $424?
No, ma'am.
Sir, you can pay that online, you can mail it to the court, or you can bring it to the court. Anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Golden. Thank you for your patience this morning, sir. Have a good day. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is 23WM00227OM. This is Wayne County Airport versus Hayden Steele.
For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of the defendant. Mr. Steele, would you please state your name for the record?
Is Hayden Steele?
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Nunley, how are we proceeding?
Purposes of the arraignment, we'd stand mute. For purposes of the pretrial, Mr. Steele is going to plead guilty under 771 for a period of 3 months.
Mr. Steele, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. May put your hand down. You had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Nunley this morning. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, you wish to plead guilty as charged to abandoning personal property.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, is it true that on February 22nd, 2023 at Detroit Metro Airport, which is located in the city of Romulus, County of Wayne, State of Michigan, you abandoned your personal property by leaving bags unattended?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Nunley, do you need to inquire further of your client?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I am, Your Honor.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty as charged to abandoning personal property at the airport. As previously indicated, this is a delayed sentence so long as you incurred no new criminal violations in the state of Michigan for the next 3 months and pay the court cost of $300. The matter will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
No, ma'am.
5 days to pay, sir. You can pay online. You can bring it to the court, or you're not going to bring it to the court, or you can mail it to the court. Have a good day, Mr. Steele. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're free to go. Mr. Sherline, the court received an indication from Mr. Illicel that he is tied up in another matter, and he's asking if he can log back on at noon. Miss Manarino, would you be available at 12?
Yes, Your Honor, that's fine.
Do you have any objection to him logging back on at that time?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Sherline, I'll recall the case at noon if you want to leave and go do what you need to do for the next hour or so. But I'll hold your file and I'll see you back here at that time.
And I'll
Just
email
get-
Mr. Ellisal and let him know.
Thank
Do you want me in 15 minutes before noon or just on noon?
Sir, you can do it at noon. I'll wait for you to show back up again. You've been very patient and understanding this morning.
Okay, understand. I'll be there at
Thank
12.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nunley has the cutest office mate. I got so distracted by that.
Are you talking about me, Your Honor? I'm gonna blush.
Mr. Robinson, what are you here for this morning? You're muted. We've been doing this for 3 years. Why are you muted?
The bane of my existence, Judge. I'm here with Miss Manarino on, Angela, how did they write that one up?
43430 Farm LLC.
So
It's
this is
scheduled
what
at
happened.
11:30.
Well, I'm going to say this now so we can figure out what we're going to do. These are 23VB00545ABC and then 546A, B, and C, and then 547. What happened is these matters were set for a formal hearing. Ms. Manarino's motion to show cause came because I was rotating off of this docket. I talked to Judge Green and asked her if we could adjourn the formal hearing, have her sign the order to show cause and set the show cause date with the same time as the adjourned formal. Something got lost in the translation and the files wound up back here with me without the order to show cause being signed. I'm saying all that to say that I don't believe that we're proceeding with the formal hearing at 11:30. We need to get a date from Judge Green to figure out if she wants me to keep it. I'm happy to do that, but I don't know because I don't know how the conversation fell apart. So
And what we were looking for, Your Honor, Mr. Robinson and I have had some conversations the last couple days about this matter. And I think we'd like to adjourn everything out 90 days. And then hopefully everything will be resolved at that point and we won't need the hearing and the show cause and all the stuff that we filed for.
So 90 days puts us on 1, 2, 3, Judge Green's June Van Buren docket.
June 15th.
Do you want to talk to Michelle and get a time for the show cause?
So we do want to schedule it for show cause? Angela?
Ms. Manarino, is that what you want to do?
Yeah, let's schedule it. I don't think that we'll need it, but at least if it's on the docket, worst case scenario will be.
All right, I'll call Michelle right now.
Okay.
Oh, and Heather?
Yes.
The question is, in addition to the time, is Judge Green will take the file to sign the show cause order, or does she want me to sign it and move it along
Okay,
that
I'll
way?
ask.
Whatever. Thank you. Mr.
Thank you.
Nunley, I was complimenting your office mate. That was all.
My co-counsel?
I wish I could do the same, but my dog she would go bananas. She wouldn't be
Wow.
still. She wouldn't be quiet.
They aren't always either. It just depends on what kind of mood they're in, I guess.
Are we ready on Shormy?
Yes, we are.
Judge, the June 15th at 10:30. And Judge Green says you can sign it and we'll put it on her docket.
June 15th at 10:30. I'm looking for. I wonder if I somehow got it to you by mistake. This is Jenny Shormy. I know I had it.
It was 9:30, Judge.
But I'm not showing it on my
You
docket.
know what? It has, I'm looking at the name backwards. That's me, Shormy Jenny.
Oh, so am I.
That's me. That's me. That's 22WM014060M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Shormy Jenny is how they have it on the docket. Your appearances, please.
For the record, Your Honor, James Mata appearing on behalf of the airport.
Royce Nunley on behalf of the defendant. Ms. Jenny, could you please state your name for the record?
Shormy Jenny.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Nunley, how are we proceeding?
For purposes of the arraignment, we'd stand mute. For purposes of the pretrial, Ms. Jenny is going to plead guilty under 771 for a period of 3 months.
Ma'am, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Are you okay to proceed, or do you need a moment?
I just need a minute, please.
Take a minute, ma'am. Mr. You okay?
Yeah.
You had a chance to discuss this case with Mr. Nunley. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties?
Yes.
Ma'am, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Ma'am, Mr. Nunley has indicated to the court that you'll be tendering a plea of guilty this morning to the sole count of being a disorderly person. Is that accurate?
Yes.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Okay.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Sorry?
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Ma'am, is it true that on October 5th, 2022 at Detroit Metro Airport, which is located City of Romulus, County of Wayne, State of Michigan, you were a disorderly person and that you disrupted the orderly flow of passengers at the airport?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I am, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Nunley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty as charged of being a disorderly person at the airport at the date and time in question. As previously indicated, sentencing in this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months. So long as you incur no new criminal violations in the state of Michigan during that 3-month period and pay costs of $400 to the court, the matter will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Understood?
Yes.
Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Yes.
Ma'am, you'll see a button to an invitation to go into the breakout room with the court's collection department. They will set a payment plan on that $400. Other than that, no new criminal violations, and then the matter will be reviewed for dismissal in that 90-day period. Good luck to you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, could we address the matter of Van Buren versus Walter Pike? He was scheduled, I forget when he was scheduled, but he was definitely scheduled.
This is 2300380D. It was scheduled at 10 o'clock. This is Van Buren Township. Oh, Ms. Manarino's not here. She's in with Mr. Miller.
Yeah, absolutely. No problem, Your Honor.
As soon as she pops back out.
Okay.
Royce, the judge was commenting about your nice looking
Base.
your coworkers, and Hadley felt that we were discussing him.
Oh, he knows better than that. He knows nobody has ever used his name and good looking in the same sentence in his entire life.
Not even out of my wife's mouth.
Wow.
Not false.
Shade.
It's a sense of humor. They are cute, sweet mates, though. It does make the day better when those guys are running around.
I don't see him.
I was
Are they in there
actually
with you?
I didn't call, yeah, they're running around. I didn't call just to harass you guys or zoom back in. I mean, it's fun, but I did want to find out. I did have a Mr. James Roundtree. Did anyone have any contact with Mr. James Roundtree today?
I haven't seen him at all, Josh.
He was the one who was just supposed to make payment and was done.
Right.
Okay. So I wondered if he made payment and thought that that meant he was done. Is there anything in the file that shows he paid standard parking?
I'm not aware of anything.
I mean, it seems like he probably would have notified me if he had, but I thought I would just check with everybody before I.
The computer doesn't even state how much he would have had to have paid. So, and nothing was paid, so.
Understood.
Ms. Manarino and Mr. Robinson, in those cases that were called the Van Buren Township versus 43430 Farm, the court has signed the order to show cause and will adjourn the formal hearing and set the show cause on June the 15th, 2023 at 10:30 a.m. And those will be in number 3 with Judge Green.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks,
And
Angela.
Yep, thanks, Steve.
This was 2300380D. This was Van Buren Township versus Walter Pike.
Angela Manning on behalf of the people.
Roy Stonley on behalf of the defendant. That's a date and time scheduled for a pretrial. The last pretrial, I requested discovery in the matter, and I intended to file a motion. Something happened along the way where Josh got assigned to the case. And discovery was sent to him and I didn't find out about it until a few days ago. Our office manager has been out for about 2 weeks with a family emergency. So maybe it's our fault for being a little, not as organized as we usually are. And beyond that, somebody on Mr. Pike's behalf, I don't know if it's like a friend, a sister or something, got a hold of us yesterday and informed us that he is in the hospital. They provided a note from the University of Michigan verifying that he was admitted on March 13th due to a hematemesis and evaluation for GI bleeding. They have that discharge is tentative, so they don't know when he's going to be out, but that would be the reason for his non-appearance today. He's currently in the hospital. Beyond that, I do now have the discovery and I am ready to start drafting my motion. So if we could get an adjournment, to give me just a little time to get this motion together and allow Angela an opportunity to respond. Hopefully, we could make a little more progress next time.
I appreciate that update, Mr. Nelling. I believe that Judge Green's date is April 20th, Heather?
Correct, at 9:50.
April 20. Just verify April 20. Yeah, okay, I can do that.
Thank you. Anything else in this case, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. Mr. Miller.
Yes, Your Honor.
These are 23VB00534 A, B, and C. These are Van Buren Township versus Stephen Anthony Miller.
Angela Miller on behalf of the people.
Mr. Miller, please turn your video on and state your name for the record.
Can you see me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Stephen Anthony Miller.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, the way the court staff have you labeled indicated that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of an attorney, that you'll be proceeding on your own this morning. Is that correct?
I'd asked for adjournment to seek counsel.
Your Honor, I did speak to Mr. Miller this morning about the formal hearings and the show cause hearing that were scheduled, and he has asked for the opportunity to consult counsel. I have no objection to that adjournment request.
Mr. Miller, I was going to ask, will April 20th give you enough time to retain counsel and provide them with copies of the documents in the court file?
I would like to hope so.
Okay.
I'm going to do my best to get it done.
We'll adjourn this matter to February 20th, 2000. Oh, you know what? That's a formal hearing date. Heather, do you need to confirm with Michelle a formal hearing date?
Yep, let me double check with her.
Thank you.
All right, April 20th at 11 a.m.
April 20th, 2023 at 11 a.m. And Mr. Miller, that will be with Judge Green in courtroom number 3 back on Zoom, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything else in this case, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Miller?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Have a good afternoon.
You too.
Thank you.
In your honor, I did have a chance to verify with Mr. Mena. It does not look like my missing Mr. Roundtree made the $80 payment.
That's correct, Your Honor.
So
I heard you, Mr. Hadley. Give me just a minute. Please.
yeah, no rush at all, Your Honor. Just kind of giving you, I brought it up and then kind of trailed off there. Sorry about that.
No. I pulled the file halfway out because I knew that you were checking on that. Let me.
Unfortunately, I think I no longer have a valid number for this individual either.
That never happens. What are you talking about? This is 22WM018280M Wayne County Airport versus James Roundtree.
For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, on behalf of the defendant, Mr. James Roundtree.
Thank you. This case was actually scheduled for arraignment and pretrial at 9:20 a.m. It is now 11:13 a.m. by the court's clock. When the parties were last here on March the 2nd, the matter was adjourned to allow Mr. Roundtree an opportunity to pay to standard parking the sum of $80. Mr. Hadley.
Your Honor, I've made attempts to reach the defendant and been unsuccessful.
This being the day and time set for the arraignment pretrial, this being Mr. Roundtree's second failure to appear in this matter. He was here when we were last here and was made aware of today's date. Mr. Mena?
Your Honor, we'll leave it to the court's discretion.
A bench warrant shall issue in this matter, 5,000, 10%.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Mena.
Thank you, sir. I'm looking and it appears that Ms. Manarino is in with our formal hearing. The only other case that I believe that we have this morning is Mr. Sherline, which is a retained attorney. Our last misdemeanor matter was scheduled at 10:30. We're now at 11:15. If a person has not arrived here as of yet, the court will deem them as having failed to appear. And the matters that were set for show cause where the defendants have now failed to appear, bench warrant shall issue. Show causes will be set. And the other misdemeanors where the defendants have failed to appear. Ms. Manarino?
Your Honor, I informed Mr. Singh, who's here on A to Z Trucking, to come back into the main session. I've set him a few prompts and he's not coming back in. So I'm gonna head back into the breakout room and see if I can get him to come back out.
Okay. I said all that to say, Mr. Mena, Mr. Nully, Mr. Hadley, and Ms. Medina, unless there is something else you wanted to address with this court.
Not at all, Your Honor. It's a pleasure as always. This is our last one with you, isn't it?
I'll see you in 7 months.
Yes, you will.
See you guys.
Thanks, Judge.
Thank you.
Bye, Ms. Medina.
Hi. I had stepped away from my computer. What is this about 7 months? What?
I rotate off of Van Buren. This is my last Van Buren date.
Oh, you rotate off of Van Buren. Okay, all right. See ya.
Yes.
See you next time. Bye.
Bye,
guys.
Crystal. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you guys for everything. I'll be getting you some orders, okay? Thank you guys.
Thank you. This is 23VB004460N. This is Van Buren Township versus A to Z Trucking LLC. May I have your appearances, please?
Angela Mannering on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Singh,
Yes, ma'am.
turn your video on for me, please, and state your name.
Oh, like the start my video. Okay. First Pal, madam, last Singh.
Mr. Singh, are you an attorney?
No, madam, I don't have any attorney.
Is A to Z Trucking an incorporated entity?
Yes, madam, that's my company.
You need an attorney to proceed in this matter, sir.
No, I say I can move the truck, I told to madam, then I still need the attorney.
I'm sorry?
Your Honor, what Mr. Singh and I discussed this morning was that he's agreeable to moving the truck off of the property within the next 2 weeks, and agreeable that if he does not accomplish that, the township can move it at his expense, which is the relief that we were asking for in this.
Mr. Singh, is that what you wish to agree to?
Yes, madam, I can move I can find other parking.
Okay.
But one request, if I can, I'm going to India, if you give me 10 more days, then I appreciate. Otherwise, I can try to get some.
Ms. Manarino, the court will grant the request sought by the township, and A to Z Trucking LLC has 14 days to remove the truck from the premises, or it will be removed by the township
Okay,
at the
madam.
expense of A to Z Trucking LLC.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Singh?
No, madam, I'm good.
You're free to go, sir. Have a good day.
Okay, no any fine, madam?
You,
No,
you
no
have a
any
time?
fine? No any fine, like?
He's
No, okay,
asking
go.
for a fine, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, I skipped that part, Mr. Singh. The fine is $180.
Oh, can you dismiss that, madam, or?
If, Mr. Singh, if you had moved, if A to Z Trucking had removed the truck before the formal hearing, Ms. Manarino, do you take a position in this matter?
Your Honor, we'd leave it to the court's discretion.
Mr. Singh, by your own acknowledgement, the truck remains on the property. If you had remedied or removed the truck before the formal hearing date, the court would have considered it, but you have failed to adequately respond to the citation from the township. So $180, sir, do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
I'm parking like 13 days, 13 years. They never gave me like any warning. So I need to move the truck or it will be ticketed. Mostly times they put the warning.
They didn't give you any
Dismiss
warning.
that ticket, so that's my request.
They
I
didn't
can
give you any
move truck.
warning?
No, they no warning. There was no any warning.
Did you receive the citation on January 31st of this year?
That I received it, then I come to court, then they say come back, then I come back, I believe 10 days ago, then they say come back again, then I come today.
So you knew what the issue was and you still didn't fix it in the intervening 6 weeks?
Oh, no, madam, I want to, like, I should move or not, that's why the problem.
No.
Like, I come to court, like, one time, they say you need to come back, then I was here other day, then they said you come back 16.
That is to resolve the hearing, but the violation was
Yes.
given to you on January 31st. So you knew what the issue was, and if you fixed it, removed the truck before you appeared, then you could say to me, Your Honor, I removed the truck, but you're telling me that you still need 2 more weeks to address something you've known
No,
about now since January 31st.
Madam, it park only 2 days over there. 5 days I go over the road. So if you forgive me, I can move it to try as soon as possible. If you one time forgive me, the fine. So as soon as possible, I can move it. Even like I Monday go out, come back Friday, Saturday, then go back Monday out like this.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is you've known that this was a problem and you didn't fix it before you appeared. I remember when you were here before.
Yeah, madam, I thought maybe you will allow me to park the truck because I am parking from last 13 years over there. It's not like park a new park. From last 13 years, I park there. Even if they give me warning, don't park here, I can move it. But I thought maybe you will allow me. Like it was not an emergency parking or today parking. From last 13 years, I started there 2010. It is 23. 13 years I parked there. Please forgive me one time. I move as soon as possible.
As soon as possible, it's still not done, Mr. Singh, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I can, even if I can move right now, if you forgive me, please. I can go there and park, find the park.
Ms. Manarino, anything else?
I came from Florida, madam.
Oh, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, madam, what I should do?
I'm sorry?
What I should do? I'm good.
You're move the truck within 14 days.
Yes,
or the
yes,
township
sure.
will remove it, and
Yes,
you'll pay
yes.
the $180 within the next
Oh,
5 days.
I must need to pay 180 or it can be like a bargain.
I'm sorry?
I must need to pay $180 or you can forgive me one time. Next time it will be not again. Right now I'm agree but problem $180, madam. Even I came from
I'm sorry, you
Orlando.
are able to pay the $180?
No, madam, that's why I'm asking you if you can forgive me.
How much time do you need?
Can you make half $90?
Cut it in half.
Yes, please.
No, sir. For the reasons I've already indicated, that you've had time to fix it, to remedy the situation, and you haven't, okay?
Okay.
That concludes this matter. Mr. Singh, you're free to go. Have a good day, sir.
Okay, madam. Okay.
Thank you.
You.
We're expecting Mr. Illicel back at noon.
Yes, Your Honor.
If you need
He
to
was
go do
very
something
appreciative
else.
of, He was very appreciative of the court agreeing to accommodate his schedule.
Life happens, and I appreciate when somebody reaches out and lets us know that that's what it is versus just being gone.
Exactly.
I'll take care of my other failures to appear. I told Mr. Sherline if he's not back here at exactly noon, I would understand. It had been quite a long morning. He had been here pretty timely.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Heather,
Yes,
thank you for your help.
you are welcome.
I'm gonna do the failures to appear, and then I'll kind of wait around and see what happens with Mr. Sherline and Mr. Illisell.
Alrighty, do you want me to stay on?
No.
I can. Are you sure? Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
This is 23WM00085 OM. This is Wayne County Airport versus Lashana Crossland. The matter was scheduled for show cause at 8 a.m. It's now 11:27 by the court's clock. Defendant has failed to appear. Bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. This is 230010 Van Buren Township versus Daryl Frederick. This matter was scheduled for show cause at 8 a.m. It's now, and move this thing, 11:27 by the court's clock. Defendant has failed to appear again in this matter. Bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. This is 22WM01830 OM. This is Wayne County Airport versus Jahari Green. The matter was scheduled for show cause at 8 a.m. It's now 11:28 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant has failed to appear for the second time in this matter. Bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. This is 230062OD. This is Van Buren Township versus Napoleon Jenkins. This matter was scheduled for show cause at 8 a.m. It is now 11:29 by the court's clock. The defendant has failed to appear for a second time in this matter. Bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. These are 23WM00107 A and B. These are Wayne County Airport versus Phyllis Jones. These matters were scheduled for show cause at 8 a.m. It is now 11:29 by the court's clock. The defendant has failed to appear for a second time in these matters. Bench warrants shall issue 5,010%. This is 22WM01583B. This is Detroit Metro Airport versus Delbert McFoley. This matter was scheduled for show cause at 8 a.m. It is now 11:30 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant has failed to appear for a second time in this matter based on the defendant's failure to appear. Bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. This is 23WM00069. This is Wayne County Airport versus Jasmine McLaughlin. This matter was scheduled for show cause at 8 o'clock. It is now 11:31 by the court's clock. Defendant has failed to appear for a second time in this matter. Bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. This is 23 VB 00400B. This is Van Buren Township versus Jonathan Moses. This matter was scheduled for show cause at 8 o'clock a.m. It is now 11:31 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant has failed to appear for a second time in this matter. Bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. This is 23VB 00150OM. This is Van Buren Township versus Jason Smith. The matter is scheduled for show cause at 8 a.m. It is now 11:32 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant has failed to appear for a second time in this matter. Bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. These are, this is, my apologies, 23VB 00420AOT. This is Van Buren Township versus Dylan Villanuvo. Matter scheduled for show cause at 8 a.m. It is now 11:33 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant has failed to appear for a second time in this matter. Bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. What are you missing? Jones Cole. Why? It was, let me see. Is she here to pay or something?
No, I just go through my docket to know which ones I need to make sure that I dispo, and that was the one that was, I didn't have.
So what are you doing when I'm on the record? Or when whoever's on the record?
If I'm able, if like, you know how like we had a whole bunch of people on there, if I'm able to, I'll start dispoing. Otherwise, like a lot of people that I knew you were gonna throw in the breakout room that like they might need, collections. I did do a couple of those. I didn't get them all done because we're always moving people around and I don't know.
Because I see people come and then they disappear like Mr. Land and
Yes,
Mr.
and I did see
LSL.
Mr. Land, and then it confused me because then I saw his client and the way that they were marking the names, it was very confusing because I'm like, looking, I'm like, that's not Mr. Land. I got confused by the way that they were, just like Tafalski. That looked like she was the attorney.
And when I said it, I was like, I know that that's not who that is.
Well, I heard it and looked up and I'm like, oh, it's supposed to be Paul.
I know it's,
And so-
I know
yeah.
it's a man, so when I said it,
Yeah, so it's just, it was confusing the way that they were doing it.
and having to say over and over again. I'm happy to rotate off of this docket.
Oh, yes, your spiel that you have to say. This is one that we, you already put on the record as a warrant. Roundtree. But because you called it, you must have heard of it.
Oh, that's because Mr. Hadley.
Mhm.
These are 191370OM, 1913710M, 1927040T, 1927050M, 1927060M, 1927070M. These are all Van Buren Township versus Jacania Campbell. These matters were scheduled for pretrial at 8:45. It is now 11:37 a.m. by the court's clock. The defendant has failed to appear. There have been a failure to appear in these matters dating back to 2019. Bench warrants shall issue again. $5,000, 10%. Hey, how are you? I am super.
Tried calling this morning, but you must have already been on. I was just gonna see if you needed anything. Take them down.
If you would take these to Heather.
Okay.
What is the dog's name?
Louis.
Why do you have to think about it?
I don't know.
That was funny. No, I'm just waiting for 12 o'clock, but I'm done.
Okay,
And all we have tomorrow is a wedding.
really? It's been an easy week, but not for
Don't
you.
say that.
But next week, we're gonna get it. Wednesday, what do we got, like 8 exams?
But how many held yesterday?
One. And that was the guy who represented himself. That's gonna be a night. I told Judge Oakley yesterday, that may be the longest jury trial in the history of the 35th District Court.
Really?
But he says he's not gonna allow it to happen. This guy has got, he's representing himself. He's got piles like this. 4 piles that he wants to submit to the jury. That happened. 100% of this stuff is not pertinent to the case. And he's really helped the guy, tried to help the guy. I mean, he got him a private investigator through
MIDC?
MIDC.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, and the guy's not stupid. I mean, he talks very intelligent, but I think he's, well, when I say this, you'll know what I think. He's in the same type of case in Washington County. Washington County sent him for a forensic. Before this case started, he went and had his own forensic done, anticipating that the judge here would send him for a forensic, so he had it done himself.
Oh,
So yeah. Then we had to throw his girlfriend out of the court yesterday because she wouldn't shut up.
where was I?
I don't know. It started at noon, or no, 1.
Oh, I had cases at 1 o'clock. Here's the thing. It is a fine line between trying to be the neutral arbiter of facts and trying to keep someone from putting themselves in peril. And when people represent themselves, which they have an absolute right to do, you don't want to see them say or do anything that's going to make things worse for themselves. But you can't. You can only do so much.
This the judge told me, he says, look, if this was a bench trial, I could give you more latitude because I know what I want to hear. He said, with the jury and showing them all this stuff, all you're gonna do is confuse them. And we're gonna be coming back doing this again.
Don't say that.
So it would be interesting.
Next week is not bad. I just, with
I
Marianne
know what
coming
else
back
is-
from vacation.
yeah.
What?
I know what else this guy did. He made up his own subpoenas and signed his name under prosecutor, scribbled it, and then scribbled it under the judge's name and was passing them out to people he wants to come to court. And then he did his own search warrant for records from Verizon.
You know what? I give you A for ingenuity. How about that?
Yeah.
I think people just don't understand the process. They read and they watch TV and they think they know, but
He talks intelligent. I mean, he doesn't talk like somebody who's been in jail. You know what I'm saying?
right.
It's gonna be an interesting.
See, that's a nice way to say it. When someone says it's going to be interesting, you already know that it's going to be something else. Today wasn't bad. It just,
There's a lot of stuff. I looked at a docket. They Were these civil cases? Did you have civil today?
Mm-mm.
Oh,
I was signing some civil stuff when I had a little break in the action, but these were all Van
Sure.
Buren Airport.
oh, okay. They had, whoever had the civil docket today, I think it was Judge Green.
It was, because Judge
Steve
Oak was
Robinson
Tuesday.
had 20-some cases with one guy
Wonder how.
that the Romulus ordinance,
Oh,
I don't know if they kept writing this person tickets or what, but how do you get that many tickets? And then all of a sudden you're gonna go to court on all of them?
is it, I wonder if there are multiple properties or so many citations they couldn't fit on one ticket?
Well, there's at least 20.
I think communities have had enough. And things that they might have let slide over the last 2 or 3 years, they're starting to crack down on in terms of code enforcement and things like that. I think that's what's happening because I'm seeing it more. And I don't know, is Judge Oakley still running that Sumter blight docket?
I wish Van Buren would do that. No, seriously, because the ordinance officers that they have, well, they were useless when I was there. The guy that bought my house, I mean, my house is destroyed now.
Is it?
Yeah, and it was one of the nicest houses in the sub. He bought a car maybe 3.5 years ago. He put the old one out in the street in front of his house with no license plates on it, and no one has seen it. I keep asking the ordinance guys when I see them come in, I guess I shouldn't care, but I do. Why don't you guys tow that car?
Because there's bigger fish to fry.
Yeah, but are they frying? Or are they going bad in the freezer?
I think Van Buren and airport dockets are a lot busier. You see Huron and Sumter, this is always a banker box sitting on the table.
Mhm.
I don't know. I mean, I've seen the same car. I know a car that hasn't moved in a good 4 years. But who's complaining about it? Who will come to the sub if no one's complaining?
You don't have to. And you know why the reason is? It's parked down the street. If it was in his driveway or in his backyard, then someone would have to complain. It's parked on a roadway.
But is it,
Which the police department should do.
is it obvious that there's something afoot or amiss?
Yeah, there's no plate.
Oh,
There's no plate.
oh, I
on it.
missed that part. Thank
Yeah.
you.
And it's been 3 years. I told Queener about it again this week when I saw him. Oh, yeah, I'll get over there.
Mr. Sherline, we're waiting for Mr. Illicel. I'm here. As soon as I see him pop into the waiting room, I'll get him pulled in.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Wanna go to lunch?
Yeah, hopefully I'm right behind you. You too. Hey, I'm sorry. I think you have Mr. Sherline's file by mistake. I think Ken just brought it to you. Ugh. Okay, let me go see. I have to find it. Thanks. Ms. Manarino?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you had any update from Mr. Illicel?
No, Your Honor, but I can give him a call and see if he knows when he's going to be hopping on.
I would appreciate it. I was supposed to be on at noon, something else.
I'll call him right now.
Thank you.
Texted him as soon as we started too.
I'm sorry?
I said I texted him as soon as we started too, and he responded, but I guess
It's fine.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Trust me, we're fine.
All right.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
This is 2207-560M. This is Van Buren Township versus Cal. Sherline, may I have your appearances, please?
Thank you.
Kyle Sherline.
Angela
Lawrence,
Manning,
sorry.
the people, Your
Go
Honor,
ahead.
sorry.
Today is the day and time set for the adjourned pretrial in this matter. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we have had conversations. My client's going to avail himself of the plea with a understanding of a 6-month delayed option. So we were hoping to do that this afternoon.
Thank you. And before I take the plea from your client, I want to inform you and disclose on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency in this matter. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about this case that is scheduled today, and he has no impact on how this court rules in any matter. That being disclosed, do you still wish to proceed with the plea?
Yes, Your Honor, we have no issue at all.
Thank you, sir. Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss this case with your attorney. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, you wish to accept the offer from the prosecutor and plead guilty to the discharge of the firearm.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea in this matter, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, is it true that on October 28, 2022 in Van Buren Township, you discharged a firearm, to wit a Glock .45 caliber, striking Christian Gomes in the leg.
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Illuso?
Defense is satisfied, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the discharge of the firearm. As indicated previously, since in this matter will be delayed for a period of 6 months, so long as you commit no new criminal violations in the state of Michigan and pay the court cost of $500 in the matter, will be administratively reviewed for dismissal after that 6 months' time. And there was an indication, Ms. Manarino, that that firearm would be destroyed. Is that accurate?
Your Honor, it will be forfeited, and Mr. Ellisell and I did discuss that at one of the earlier pretrials, Your Honor.
Forfeited, thank you. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Illuso?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sherline, do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, it appears that our collection department has left this meeting, but you can go online to the court's website. There's a drop down on the right-hand side of the page to contact us to set a payment plan. You can do that. You can call the court to set a payment plan, or you can come here and speak to one of the cashiers to establish a payment plan, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor, other than thank you, the court and Ms. Manarino for your courtesy with the scheduling. I was delayed in the hearing, so thank you both.
I appreciate that. Thank you.